Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, September the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Well, yes, just to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Todd. Okay, guys. So yeah, just as I was opening the room, this one popped up here. This PRZO receives a historic USFA certificate certification using Air Safe Air Safety System. This is a company out of Israel. Big pop up, and this is a relatively new. I don't know if this is a an IPO or a SPAC or a symbol name change, but at any rate, there is PRZO. And so the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 238. On the daily chart, looks like about the same. 238, yeah. So the next high is 238 on the daily and the weekly chart for PRZO. PRZO. Wow. It's funny, guys. I saw this. If you were watching, I was displaying my screen. I saw this at the bid ask was 132, 133. I looked at the news and thought, I wonder. And I guess I wondered too long because this now, what a move for this PRZO. The volume wasn't that great at that point, but look at it now. It's 646,000 shares. So we have no float information. A lot of times, for whatever reason, we don't seem to have float information for Israeli stocks on foreign stocks. So anyway, that's PRZO. Other one to maybe keep an eye on. And by the way, I'm not seeing too many things that I'm that interested in, but ELUT could be interesting. ELUT, they have undergone a symbol. It's not an IPO. They've changed symbols. Um, this is, I guess they were called Azile Biologics, rebrands as Alucia. Okay, so they're calling themselves now ELUT. At one point, it's got up to 338 in the free market. It's pulled back a lot. Pretty low float, 6 million in the float. Pretty big volume right now. No other news on this one other than the fact that they have changed symbol name or ticker symbol. I don't know what it was before. I don't know what they were called before, but anyway. Oh, it was AZ. It was AZYO. So AZYO is now ELUT. Smith and Wesson SWBI is an earnings play, and this has popped up on earnings. Big pop up. I mean, pretty big. When you look at this daily chart, looking at all of this, 1040 now up to 1189. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 1197. If it can get through 1197, then the next high is 1248. So on the daily chart, through the 200-day moving average. Kroger. Kroger is an earnings play also. It wasn't too active. KR, not too many earnings plays, but it is really down 1% right now. Kroger is an earnings play, KR. And this one, KRT. KRT is doing a financing. Slides as the CEO sells shares in secondary offering. 1 million shares. Looks like it was at $21 and 16 cents. Obviously, that should not be a percent. I don't think anyway. At any rate, that is the reason this not a lot of volume yet for KRT. And a couple of other earnings plays. Not too, it was actually up and then down and then up, I think. EOCU, not too many earnings plays, but here's another one. Yeah, really not doing too much right now, basically flat. And then SMAR is another earnings play. It's actually had a little nice little gap. So when you look at SMR, I mean, on the weekly chart, it certainly has some room. Okay. On the weekly chart, the next high is almost $53. So let's make sure that's about that 44.51. Actually, 44.57 is the next high. It's at 44.51 right now. So if it can take out 44.57, then on the weekly chart, it has a lot of room. SMAR. Mara, kind of a financing. MARA. I think that's the reason this is down. MARA. That's the private exchanges, $417 million. Boy, here's that. Oh, I looked at that. Plenty of opportunity for me to have got that check at 133. Plenty of opportunity. Oh, Sullivan. Really, Jay? I don't think it's my, I honestly don't think it's the mic. It's all to do with the software somehow. And one more thing here. Okay, well then there's is something definitely. How about right now? I tried to raise that sound level again. I tried to do it again. Hmm. Problem is, it wants to drift back down for some reason. Pepe, you got to help me, man. I may have to get rid of the sound. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Unfortunately, I might have to start YouTubers again. What time is it right now? 9:08. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the noise canceling today again. Okay, so yeah, it might be crisp. It might be crisp. So I'm going to have to get rid of it. YouTubers, if you're listening to me, I'm going to have to restart. Okay, because I don't know how to. I know how to do it here in our trading room. So I'm going to exit the trading room. You guys will not be booted out. All right, guys, how does that sound? I've taken myself off the noise canceling in the room, main room. How does that sound? don't like to hear better. I don't want to hear perfect. But all right, at least it's better. So it must be something to do with that with my noise canceling software. Not perfect. All right, guys. Yeah, Jamie in a YouTube room. I'm not able to. I could shut you guys down. How is the sound in YouTube? I'd have to shut you guys down and then start again in order to enact the new mic. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to keep going here. Okay, let's take a look. Again, I'm not saying too much. I mean, we've got some stocks, obviously the BioC. In fact, I don't even think I mentioned the BioC. The BioC's got some kind of a deal going with another company called PSTV. PSTV actually had a pop, but it actually has dropped. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So I'm not gonna have to worry about the YouTubers. I don't have to shut you guys down and then restart. So PSTV's got the deal going with BIOC. I saw this onfo. I just didn't think there would be enough room for it to move. Looks like there's all sorts of resistance on the way up. So I didn't really talk about onfo too much. I mean, but it is a low float, 3 million. And I don't, all I can see is that they're going to be presenting at a Wainwright conference. I don't see any other specific news for them. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each in terms of upgrades and downgrades. I do see First Solar having a pretty decent day here. They've been upgraded to 235 by Deutsche Bank. All right, I'll get the downgrades in now. Okay, I'm going to take a look at DOCN to see what price it is now. I see what they've downgraded it to. A lot of times, though, it's already at that downgrade price. So DOCN, let's take a look at DOCN. It's been downgraded to 25 by Bank of America, and it's already there. So forget about it. ABM has been downgraded by Deutsche Bank to $43. Where is it right now? Okay. What I'm looking for, of course, is something that's been downgraded or upgraded to a price, and it's not there yet. But a lot of these I'm saying they're already at those prices, or either below if it's a downgrade, or even above if it's an upgrade. Guys, indulge me for one moment here, okay? I am going to try one more thing with this CRISPR. I may have indulge me before this market opens. See if I can do something here. If that doesn't work, then I'll just turn it off. First of all, excuse me. Okay, just give me a moment here. I'm going to exit. So my screen will disappear again, but I'll come right back. Okay, guys, let me know. Am I back to being garbled again, or are we okay? Okay, I'm going to keep talking for a bit, see if that helps. Sounds normal. Okay, well, I'll keep it like here. In fact, I better copy these settings down. The minute I sound garbled, guys, I will take off the noise canceling again. I'm sorry to sort of belabor this point, but it's driving me crazy trying to figure out why all of a sudden all this is happening after basically years of being, well, never having an issue like this. Anyway, okay. So let's see. The PRZO now is at a bit of a pullback. Okay, PRZO is at a pullback. No float information for us. I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of float information I can dig up on another from another site. So I have from another site about 6 million. Okay, 6 million in the float for PRZO. 6 million in the float for PRZO. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Your trade idea is not sounding properly when the market opens. That is certainly nothing to do with me, of course, but so I don't know. That might be on your end. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If I knew what reimaged was, I might. I don't know what you mean by reimaged. Okay, guys, here we go. VFS is doing its thing for a bit in anyway. VFS, I'm hearing it. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, okay, before we get rolling here. Let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. We're in for a basically a flat open. I'm gonna from our toolbar, I'm gonna click on new and then docked channel bar, and then click on show more. And then sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. But when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So when we look at the overall situation, again, I don't really pay that much attention to this in the pre-market because, of course, once the market opens, all this can change. But obviously, there's must have been a pop in energy or oil prices, perhaps overnight or right now. So that's why energy looks strong right now. Take a look at some of the sectors with respect to the 200-day moving average. So you see what happened with XLV yesterday. It tried to get above it. There's that blue line in my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average. Tried to get above it, but still closed below. Retail, XRT. XRT keeps moving away, guys. So the retail sector has been weak, has been weakening for the last 3 days and continues to move down a bit. And consumer staples, another one that is moving away from the 200-day moving average. The only other one I want to take a look at is financials, okay, XLF. So financials, right above that 200-day moving average. A couple of days ago, it touched it and closed a little higher. So we're just hovering just above the 200-day moving average for XLF. Yeah, I read that too. I'm sure that was just a typo from Real on the SMAR. Well, again, last time we looked, it was just at this level here, 44.57. So now it is above that. So yeah, I mean, it's got the room. And if you look at the weekly chart, 52.79, it does have the room on the weekly chart. All right, guys, that VFS is on the move here. VFS on the move. And as always, be careful. The high yesterday was 23. You might be right, William. I know you're kind of kidding, but you know what I'm actually waiting for? I think all this might have started the last time I did Microsoft did their update, and so I'm waiting for another one. Happened sometime last week. So not often do we wait for these infamous updates, but in fact, Well, I've had Win 11 now for a long, long time, so I can't believe that's the issue. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on this. Let's get this thing going. We've got another 4.5 minutes before the market opens to end this week. Yeah, bros, yesterday it was a very choppy day. It was an earnings play yesterday. I'm sorry, it is an earnings play today after the market, I guess. They've also done a financing, $300 million. This is what Rio was talking about. Said they've done a financing, but it hasn't tanked the stock. They also have one of the few companies that will have an earnings release after the market closes today. Not too many close or have earnings after Friday. Okay, after hours on a Friday. Not too many companies do that, but these guys are. All right, the PRZO. I have to keep an eye on this one. The PRZO, just to keep an eye on where the next high is. Actually, it almost, I think it almost got there. 223, 223, 238. So 238 is the next high on the daily chart. It's at 193 right now. In the pre-market, it did almost get up to that high. If it gets past that again, and the next high is 274, and the fantasy level is way up here at 415. So, okay, good to know. Well, actually, I thought Fridays you shut down at 3 anyway, but that's okay. I'll check in with you before I do shut myself down at around 3. Obviously, you can take off anytime you want, William. Smith and Wesson keeps moving higher here. SWBI, excuse me, SWBI keeps moving higher. Next high looking left is 1248. All right, don't see anything else coming in here. So VFS, well, again, yesterday's high was 23. So obviously, if we can crack through 23, then the next high after that is 27. I'm just going to stick an alert around 23 to see if it does take that out at some point. That might get it rolling in a big way. Yeah, 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. I'll get rid of this. Get set for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I know I run the risk of having something run right up the bat and keep running. Okay, I deal with it. All right, guys, I'm just looking at, and the one from yesterday is doing nothing. SWIN, SWIN was the big. Okay, Smith and Wesson just made a new high, guys. Smith and Wesson, SWBI, Albertson. This is Albertsons, right? ACI, ACI, is that Albertsons? Albertsons, ACI. Wow, ACI. Look at ACI. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. 2760. Look at the room it's got. Big pop up, big float. Okay, so I'm looking at yeah, so real missing Kroger and opioids. So Albertsons, guys, ACI on the move here. ACI, but it's early. It is early. I won't take it. Too early for me. All right, Etsy. Etsy's on the move down here. So this is now taking out almost at yesterday's low. Etsy, ETSY. There's the BIOC, guys. BIOC just making a new high, market high. Is that what it is? ACI? I keep, yeah, okay. Okay, there's real SMAR making a new high, market high. And well, then it pulled back. So it's above, of course, the pre-market highs. Wow, this one. Look at this Faraday, guys. FFIE, another all-time low for Faraday. FFIE. Okay, here's the ELUT, the ELUT. All right. So this is a symbol name change. It used to be something else. I think it was it's AZYO. Now it's ELUT. Okay, they changed symbols to, so it's not an IPO. Low float, 6 million in the float. There's the SMAR. I just can't, I just cannot take them early. I mean, I can, of course. Nothing's preventing me, but I just won't do it. ROIV. ROIV on the move here, guys. ROIV. Boy, this is just getting absolutely clobbered again. Look at this one. I mean, not that long ago. I mean, we're talking about August the 4th. August the 4th. This was a $27 stock. This is FFIE. Probably no reason for it being up there. Actually, am I wrong? I think maybe okay, I think what's happened is this is split adjusted because there was no way this stock was up at 600. So that's a split adjusted, but nonetheless, it's just what a disaster for FFIE. Meanwhile, yeah, the market's putting in a nice pop, and there goes real smart. I would have loved to have seen a bit of a pullback, but the deal about this one, of course, is when you look left, it's got all sorts of room on the weekly chart anyway, $53. Never saying it's getting there, but Okay, bit of a reversal play right now for AI. AI's had earnings yesterday, kind of a disaster. And the high yesterday was 28.20, so it's right there. Let's see if it can take out that high. 28.20 was the high of yesterday. It's at 28.13 right now. Trying to come back a bit. Because the next high looking left is 32.71. But remember why this happened. This was an earnings play yesterday, and the reaction was not good. Smith and Wesson making new highs now, guys. SWBI making new highs. Now this looks like it could be coming. I mean, look what the car to got. It looks like 1325 could be a real stumbling block. We've got a couple about one, two, three, four, five, about five at that area on the daily chart, highs. All right, back. Looks like it's a lifetime low. Don't think I've ever seen back. BACK. This is halted. Okay, guys, Docu is really weakening now on earnings. Okay, a very mixed reaction. They released earnings after hours yesterday. That's at Move area right here. Big pop up. Even in the pre-market, that might be is that 8 o'clock. Yeah, we get a lot of topping tails at 8 o'clock or bottoming tails. The SPY did the same thing, so I don't believe that that's what happened with Docu got up there. But anyway, there's Docu coming down. The next low looking left. I mean, 50 obviously is a huge number to try to hold for Docu. I'm going to stick an alert right there. I think it actually popped right through it. Not quite. Oh man. So this is a classic reason I don't like to trade in the first 15. I mean, look at Smith and Wesson. I mean, look what it did. 13, 15, and then it gets all the way back down to 12. I mean, it's a dollar drop. Okay, guys, there's Docu. Docu, boy, through 50, that could be disastrous. I mean, the next row looking left, well, disastrous. I mean, big psychological number for Docu, DOCU. Let's see if that holds. Did see verb in the pre-market, VERB verb. I did see it in the pre-market, so it's got room, obviously, 269. Next high looking left. Saw it in the pre-market. Ooh, AMC continues down. I don't think I'm going to touch it today, though. The TSE is actually halted, but it's a news halt, not a volatility halt. So, okay, guys, ELUT. It's starting to roll a little bit here. Behind the well, that's not, there is one high there, 237. Was this at 8? No, so this is probably a legitimate high, 337. Okay, in the pre-market for ELUT. And it's a symbol name change. That's all it is. It's not an IPO. So market surge here. All right, guys. Etsy continues to move down. ETSY, mentioned this one right off the bat. Etsy continues to move down. Okay, forget about VFS. This is now tanking. All right. Now the problem I've got with Smith and Wesson, look where it got to. I mean, look at that topping tail, and look at the topping tails in this daily. Well, if you can see my daily chart, you can see they're almost at the same price. You got one. This is a little bit lower, but you've got one, two, three, and then today, all virtually at the same price, and that's where it stalled. ARE. You see the low right there is 42.76, so it's right at that low. If it takes that low out, 42.76, come on, get box, leave. And the next low is 41.56, so about $1 away. Ooh, look at that pullback now for SMAR. So maybe now this will give me an opportunity to get in. Okay, here we go again, guys. RCLF, another one of these stocks. Rosecliff, big crazy day yesterday, got up to 19. Well, I'm looking at some of the high flyers. The PRZO completely giving it up. Was up to 221, back down to 150. Smith and Wesson, another one, right back down. SMAR, another one has pulled right back, and it's not because of the market. The market's strong start anyway. Well, again, exactly the reason I like to wait out that first 15 anyway. Not that after 15 everything settles down, but wow, where's Dak? Dak was bang on. I don't think he's still in this one though, but I know a couple of days ago he talked about his wanting to swing this one. And then I think he exited on the same day later on because it just didn't seem to be setting up well enough for him. Look at this THTX though. What a great 3 day run from $1 to 250. And this is a few shorts available for me on this one. The reason I say that is because the next high looking left, it's basically right there, 255. Well, I was thinking maybe ELUT might have a bit of a run, but nope, it's pulled back also. All right, guys. Docu showed up on my option scan, a normal option activity scan. 4978 was the alert. 4978 was the alert, and it's got some room. 48.99. So a little bit of room down to all right, guys. So docu. Okay, so docu now a bit of a pop here. I'm going to wait on this one to see if it first of all holds 50 underneath 50. Yeah, the problem, PJ, is that very few brokerages probably had shorts for VFS. Right? I still haven't. I don't think there's been a short available for me at Interactive Brokers for VFS. I'm sure Centerpoint. I'm sure Centerpoint has shorts available, but oh, no kidding. I mean, what a but I mean, people say, well, why is this why is this happening? Why is it dropping so much? The actual question should be, why did it go up so much? That's the real question. And the answer is it shouldn't have. Well, I'm going to take a look at better. That was my big hope. That was going to be my retirement stock. Wow, no kidding, going to zero. Oh, man, and from the wise words of William, market makers can play more games with IPOs, so they do. Ah, CBay from yesterday, guys. CBay from yesterday. Take a look what's happening. So it was a very strange day. Big bottoming tail, 1316. It's still it was positive. I know we have a red bar there, but that's because it closed below the open. But it was up for the day. Now it's continuing, and it's a lifetime high. CBAY, excuse me, CBAY is a lifetime high. A little scary what it did yesterday, though. Oh no, PJ was not talking about a short for VFS. He's just kind of just looking at what the chart did. That's all. Okay, guys, docu. Looks like it 50 is preventing it from moving higher. Looks like. Look at SQ, guys. SQ taking a big hit here. SQ taking a big hit here. Real mention I on Q. This is showing up on my daily reversal now, guys. I took out the high of yesterday, 1856. The next high is 2005. So it has some room. I on Q. Basically, yesterday was his first big pullback after about almost 2 weeks straight up. All right, so back got halted on the way down. Now it's halted on the way up. Got halted for yeah, got halted on the way down. Now it's halted on the way up. BACK. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Well, look at Smith and Wesson. I mean, talk about a great short. Looking at where it got to and where it could stall. I mean, look at that topping tail. All again, I'm sort of repeating myself here, but you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 4 days right in this area, and that's just where it stopped. And then I mean, look at the sell-off. This for this one. Look at it. SWBI. Meanwhile, shoot, I wanted to keep watching AI. So AI now is well above 2820. Yeah, it's above yesterday's high. GME, I sort of took it off my hmm. So, I mean, I guess GME sort of related. I guess the SEC is probing Ryan Cohen's involvement with Bed Bath and Beyond, and his share. Of course, he's the chairman of CEO of GME. So they're probing, but this is for his Bed Bath and Beyond. Now, maybe they're going to start probing him on GME too, but because when you look at the selling on Bed Bath and Beyond, when it popped up to about 6 or 7, there was an enormous amount of selling by him and others, and all the while saying, we're going to be okay, we're going to be okay. Of course, BBBYQ, as it is now, is a pink sheet stock, basically filing for bankruptcy or has filed for bankruptcy. Well, I don't think there's either. I know what you're saying, but me, a lot of shenanigans going behind the scenes. But I mean, I think those Bed Bath and Beyond shareholders got duped. That's my opinion. Okay, guys, RGTI. Now, RGTI has some room, a little bit of room, not a ton of room. 231 is the next high looking left for RGTI. Looks like GWRE is an earnings play, also, guys. GWRE is an earnings play. Wow, big pop up on earnings. Didn't see really this in the pre-market. I don't think it had enough volume for me to see it. But look at this GWRE, big move here. The next high looking left looks like it's around 95.71 on the weekly chart anyway for GWRE. What a move. Yeah, so back resumed. So we got halted on the way down, we got halted on the way up. but it is all over the place. This is nothing I'm too interested in. It just we're very spotty looking daily chart. All right, now look, Docu now actually has reclaimed 50. VOCU has reclaimed 50. Well, the reaction after hours was great for DOCU. It's pretty good, really good. And in the pre-market was kind of holding, but then the market opens and splat. All right. Well, this one's got some room, guys. ACRS has got some room on the weekly chart anyway. Got room to 10. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Looking at the daily chart, well, you can see kind of see if we can get through this 825 area for ACRS. That's what I'm gonna stick a price alert right around that area and see if that happens. And then the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is around 10. This is not a low float, 58 million, not high, but not low. Docu's been wow, been all over the place now. Oof. So VRNT had earnings yesterday, guys. Big disaster day for it on earnings. And now it's below yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was looks like it was around 24.27. And this is an all-time low for VRNT. I'd love to see it. I'm going to see what happens if it can take out 24 again. I'm going to stick an alert around 23.87 for VRNT and see if it does it again. Not very much volume. See what the spread is like. It's not terrible. 24.04, 24.13. Okay, I'll give you a heads up every time I mention it. Heads up, VRNT. CSX had some news this morning. A new COO, I believe. A new COO. Yeah, Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, so a new COO popped up on that news, but now starting to fade. Say the sound is terrible, please. Hey guys, if I'm garbled again, I don't know if Grumpy is just pulling my leg again. If I'm garbled again, just let me know and I'll get rid of my noise canceling. Okay. So it's just Grumpy being grumpy. Sound is fading. Wow. It's amazing. And somebody in our YouTube room is saying the sound is amazing. So, okay, one last look at this thing. Okay, I'm going to see just like somebody said, is there no way to set this so it's automatic? See, look at the level. Well, 31 is not terrible, but I'd like to get it higher, but it doesn't want to stay. And somebody said, well, is there not a way to just set it there? See, as I'm talking, you see how it just, anyway, yeah, as I thought, yeah, that makes sense, Pepe. All right. Well, Smar now is having, it did have the pullback. I did not take it. I did not get in. I know William took it, I think. SMAR. All right, guys, this CSX, it looks like it's going to go negative. I mean, this on the CEO that or knows a new COO. So one last thing. So Pepe, when I move it up to say 57 or whatever, it's fine. It's just that it wants to drop. Okay, maybe I'll have to contact Chris themselves, but I don't know if Chris is going to know. Okay, guys, I'm actually interested in this CSX. It's had a little bit of a pull up here, but I'm interested as long as it doesn't get over 30 for a potential short. So though it's popping over 30 now, so I'm gonna put a price alert underneath 30 for CSX. Look at the market, big move on the market now, guys. Dow's is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Okay, guys, CSX just nosing its way underneath 30 again. Okay. No, but it just popped over 30 again. So it may just play around with that 30 level for too long for me to I'm gonna give it one more shot underneath 30 with a price alert. Because the stock was, this was moving down. And so they made a change in the COO today. So that popped the stock, but the stock was moving down before that. So maybe a slight overreaction to a new COO. No, I don't like the way it's trading, Docu. I just don't like the way it's trading. It's sort of just hovering around that 50 mark still. I'm not in the docu short. Yeah, Kroger. My goodness, Kroger. Wow, what a move. Saw it in the pre-market. I think this was, but it was actually negative in the pre-market. All right, CSX slightly under. They put one more alert. Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's just hovering around that 30 mark too long. A BIOC guys is after a pretty big pullback, 185 back down to 142. It is starting to run again a bit. All right, guys, AI on the move. AI on the move. It is still above yesterday's high, quite a bit above it now, 28.20, 30 cents, 40 cents above it, and it's on the move. Remember, this was a disastrous earnings release yesterday, and it got all the way almost right down to that 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 25.25. You can see it if you can see my daily chart, you can see a big bottoming tail, and that's kind of where it held. And it popped off that 200-day. So yeah, Kroger rises after Q2 profit beat. Now you're talking about the opioid and wondering why. Well, the deal is this: is that maybe analysts were looking at maybe a bigger number than whatever they settled, even though it's something. I'm sure it's a billion plus, 1.4 billion dollars. Maybe the analysts are looking at that, going, well, it's less than what we thought, or it's in line. So puts that like it's going to put it behind the company now. And yeah, Kroger and Albertson seal the deal. Ah, boy, look at AI. This is typical AI, guys. You've seen this one many, many, many times, of course. Look at this weekly chart. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. As an intraday trader, other than yesterday, well, even yesterday, but at the beginning it was almost straight down. But you can get some just really volatile action. Really, for me anyway, it's I've always found it a very tough intraday trader. Very hard to you have to have very wide stops, otherwise you'll get stopped out left and right. All right, so TSC just resumed. Completes a transfer to refinance $660 million. Wow. Well, the next line looking left, we have any float information? A moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. GNL. Let's take a look at GNL. See if there's anything. Just looking for anything right now. Yeah, look at the docu just hanging around that 50 mark. The CSX hanging around the 30 mark. So those were a couple that I was kind of interested in. GNL. Yeah, to me, the next high looking left is way too close. It's at 11:58, so just too close. GCT. Let's take a look at GCT. These are just momentum scan things coming on my momentum. So you can see exactly why. You can see the big volume surge. This is what the momentum scan is all about. It looks at tries to find stocks that are having 1 minute volume surges. Other filters in place, of course. Wow, GCT. I mean, this has got. I don't know if this was probably a reverse split at some point. I don't know if this ever was a $62 stock. Well, just late. Not that I wasn't interested in it. I don't trade it. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. So you can see what happened right there. So to me, it was just running away. So when so I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Oh, I will not chase. Now, if it pulls back, I mean, it got through the 200-day moving average, which is obviously pretty significant. But for me, it just didn't give me an entry. And again, for those listening to me, and by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Hopefully, my sound isn't too garbled. Now, drifting in and out, that may be just me, moving back and forth on my chair away from my mic, in and out. I'll try to be a little more stable, maybe. Ah, easy go. So I know you. Did they cancel the financing? Easy go. Let's take a look at Easy Go. Okay, no, obviously they have not canceled the financing. But it's just that I'm not changing the way I usually on the mic in terms of moving around, and nobody's really ever said that before, fading in and out. So it makes sense. I mean, all right, guys, boy, ACI. I mean, this one along with Kroger. I mean, it's got all this room too. 2756. But this is a sale, so I don't usually look at companies when they're being sold, but disputing the fact that this has been on the run. Yeah, so the things I'm watching right now. Oh, remember PHR from yesterday, guys. PHR from yesterday. Now we were looking at this one. So this is now below yesterday's low. PHR. This is okay. Here's an expensive one. ACHC below the whole number. And the next low looking left is, well, it's kind of right there. If it can get through that, yeah, I mean 72. It just to me, it just doesn't have enough room underneath percentage wise, because it looks like there's pretty decent support around 72. So I mean, if you took this as a short at 72.84, it looks like it's pretty decent support right around 72. So it's only 84 cents for a $72 stock. Okay, now the spread is a bit of an issue now for GCT, 1573, 1593 bid ask. That's what I'm looking at right now. Of course, that can change, but this blue screen you see is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade ID. Yeah, look at that. 1544, 1593. Spread is awful. You have to be very careful when you see something like that. It's too bad because it's look at all the room it's got. It has had a big run, couple month run, double. And when you look left, the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 1650. So it's too bad though. I mean, the spread is just kind of keeping me out of it. All right, PHR now is where's the next low looking left? I mean, this has room to 20, approximately 20. Okay. I mean, we're at 22 right now. And I'm looking at these bottoming tails on the weekly chart. There's maybe some action around 2150, and then underneath that is about 20. So I mean, if this remains weak, this was an earnings play yesterday. PHR was an earnings play yesterday. No, they released on the 6th, but that was after hours. So the big reaction is the day after, and that's what happened. And again, it's below yesterday's low. That is the PHR. I haven't looked at any of the cannabis stocks for a couple of weeks since that news. Let's see if they've been able to hold their gains. Boy, look how erratic CGC has been. Are you kidding me? I had no idea this was under a dollar. N- un- Unbelievable. This was sort of the granddaddy of them all. I had no idea this that canopy was under a dollar. Wow. Guys, I'm actually stunned by this. I had no idea that CGC was this cheap, like 40 cents. And that's when that news started hitting about in your country, US, doing something regarding cannabis legislation. Yeah, well, I remember Path. I remember seeing Path yesterday. What's it doing today? And the answer is still strong. Yeah, still strong. Wow. Earnings play yesterday. 1904 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for Path. I keep watching this Swin just in case, but it's really not doing anything. SWIN. That was the one that I really lucked out on yesterday. Altered a bunch of times. Then it came all the way back, got as high as 1275. Closed down here at 6. The IPO was at 4, so it's still above it. So I'm not going to lose sight of it. I mean, in fact, what I'm going to do is put an alert at 607, which is where it closed yesterday, and see if it takes that out later on. Smith and Wesson guys, is this going negative? Rhetorical. I don't expect an answer. Um, okay, I'm really watching this PHR. Okay, I want to see if it gives up 22 in a big way. PHR. Now, wouldn't that be unbelievable if Disney gets sold to? If I mean, we've heard this rumor for a while. Wouldn't that be unbelievable if Disney gets bought out by Amazon? I actually like. I mean, everybody talks about Netflix and well, obviously as the big streaming service, but I actually like Amazon. They've got a lot of. I find they've got a lot of interesting content also. I know everybody just thinks of them as I don't know if it's an afterthought for most people going to Amazon to check out their movies and, whatever services streaming services they've got. So, anyway, that make it would make kinda sense, Amazon, taking a run at Disney. You would think. Yeah, you would think maybe regulatory issues, though I don't know if I really don't know. Look at the market, guys. What a move in the market. Okay, I'm watching this PHR, see if it really gives up 22. All right, guys, CBay is super duper strong, sorry. Super strong, super strong. All-time high, CBay. What I'm really looking for now is some new stock that's showing up on the momentum scan. Okay, that's what I'm okay, guys, PHR, PHR, PHR. Well, CBay is an all-time high, right? So, yeah, I mean, CBay is an all-time high, so there is no chart resistance for CBay whatsoever. Well, I'd be really watching to see if SWIN takes out the high yesterday, not the high of yesterday where it closed, though. You know, if it gets up to 6 again, you might get some more enthusiasm or renewed enthusiasm. And I think that, going forward, I mean, next week, because this is a China IPO, I mean, out of nowhere, these things can just have huge runs out of nowhere. PHR, PHR. I know I sound like a cheerleader, but PHR. And it's got the room down to 20. I don't think there's any other resistance. I don't think there's any low looking left. Maybe here, 2168. Sorry, 2170. So, that's right. The 2170 level takes that out, and it should really, I mean, the next low is 1976. Okay, Neptune. What is Neptune doing? NEPT. Now, have not seen Neptune in a long time. What the heck happened here? This is it a reverse split or something? Stock consolidation. Yeah, so this is a 1 for 40 reverse split effective today. So this chart is not right. Okay. And the only good thing is that at least it's not saying that there's some insane increase from 20 cents to 765. Okay. The chart is not right, obviously. At least the daily chart isn't. Are you kidding me? There's a company called Bleecker Street, S- SMRT, Bleecker Street. There's a great, great company name for a short seller. Look at SWIN, guys. Look at SWIN. Approaching yesterday's close, 28 cents below. Yeah, Simon and Garfunkel. Absolutely. One more. Mm. Guys, SWIN now at yesterday's high. Yes, sorry, yesterday's close. SWIN at yesterday's close now. This could get it rocking a bit. Very speculative, of course. The pre-market high was around 642 or so. One more, give me one more little move down. All right, guys, SWIN. The pre-market high was 644, I believe. Oh, boy, this one, this is an earnings play. Planet Was it Planet Fitness or Planet Labs? Sorry, Planet Labs, all-time low, PL, all-time low. I sort of remember this. I wonder if this was a trade of the week one week. Sort of remember seeing this a lot, but up at $7, 255 now. But look at Docu just hanging around that 50 mark. CSX hanging around the 30 mark. As I'm waiting on one stock, I'm having to watch it. It's giving me a little concerned, but I'm just having to watch it. Come on. Ooh, look at Swin. Holy smokes. Well, I'm going to reset my alerts. I was actually thinking of getting into it. I'm glad I was distracted by this other stock. Boy, that was terrible. I have my alert set for 6:40, sorry, 6:34 or something, 6:42. I was waiting for a pre-market break, pre-market high break before I was going to maybe really take a look at it. But man, what a rug pull! Right there's what I was looking for PHR. Okay, I've covering some guys. That's what I was looking for. A move into the 80, and sorry, the 80s into the 40s. That's the one I was following. As I said, short underneath 22. And now this has room down to, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it has room down to 20. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but why I was having to watch it really closely is that the spread was widening. And you were absolutely right. Not very much volume, but I decided to take a bit of a chance on it when it broke yesterday's low. Just got underneath 22, but it is mainly because of the room it has to keep moving down. But I've already covered some, so I'm good. I'm good now. All right. Time is 10:39. So, well, before I do that, though, I want to take a look at PGY. This is a daily reversal. Take a look at PGY. Anything interesting there? Not really. Again, look left, and what I see is just too much resistance, not that far away. So, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And the room will be open usually till about 4 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, maybe not quite to 4 o'clock on Fridays. It's up to William. William has graciously offered to take over, not on the mic, and there'll be no screen sharing after 3 o'clock, but the room will be open so you guys can keep talking amongst yourselves. is what I'm saying, around maybe 3:30ish on Fridays. I know William likes to say around to 4, especially if there are companies, significant companies, perhaps releasing earnings after 4 o'clock. That's so. But anyway, but I will say longer than 3 if there are questions. So let's take a look at my homepage to see what you can find. And I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you're a current subscriber or maybe a soon to be subscriber, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Now, of course, this is my trading style in terms of the scans I've got, but let's take a look at them. But first, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. You, writing in, guys, that's where the trading room should be. The trading room should be, this is our old website. Trading room should be front and center. Keep writing into them. Okay. I need the write-in campaign on our new website. The trading room is buried, like down here into the contact section. And there it is there, but it should be a tab. Anyway, you want to take out a subscription right now. Barry 15% off the first month only. And if you're thinking about a subscription, do not go annual to begin with, okay? You can start off with a monthly subscription. And down the road, if you do want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a 25% promo. If you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do is the Getting Started series. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. I don't say it every day, but this is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve, but this, I think, will give you a great idea about what trade aid. And you can look at this right now. You don't have to be a subscriber. Give you an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Next, if you are new to trading, or maybe looking for, maybe a refresher, this is a course. It's a free Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. How is it doing? Trade of the week this week was Fisker, FSR. My guess is that, nothing is going to be able to top what Carvana did last week as a trade of the week. Not bad though. I mean, the trigger was 601. I was always a little concerned about that 200-day moving average, but not bad. 601 to 630, 636. Not a bad percentage move if you took it around 601. And the trade of the week is free. Again, you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning, maybe sooner. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. We have a big education section is right here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. Here's that getting started again. Now, if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is, about our races, price alerts, and I'm going to demonstrate how you can use a price alert. So simple to do. And, I could not trade. Well, I could trade, but I wouldn't want to be trading without price alerts. Here's our getting started series again and daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. Now today it's Friday. It's supposed to be Andy, so I'll check. Maybe Steve. Steve had internet problems yesterday, so he couldn't do his normal stint at on Thursday. So, but probably it's going to be Andy. Before I take my break, though, I will put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. And last, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, okay, again, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a bit, the middle section, my scans. This is what I'm, sorry. expand it a bit. So this is what I use, okay? In the pre-market, I use this one, the pre-market actives up and down. Helps me kind of sets the tone maybe for the stocks that are going to move once the market opens. And when I open the room at 9, we talk about those stocks. This is the halts resume scan that you see right here. Not as active today as I don't really like to call it a scan. It's more information. It just tells you when a stock is halted and then when it gets resumed, when the resumption happens. Okay. This is the momentum scan that you see here, the Momo scan right there. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. I'll explain what this is looking for after. But I do have some other scans that you can't see. And these are on my other monitors. I don't have all these scans open. I do have the daily reversals, and I do have this. I love this one, the daily breakouts, 10-day daily breakdowns, 10-day daily breakouts. So again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So hear me out. All I ask, if at some point in time you are going to take out a subscription, I would ask that maybe you can come back into the room, of course, or if you save my homepage link, click on it, and then whatever promo code is available that day, use it, please. The reason I say this is that this room is free. I like to keep it a free room. And obviously, we use it for marketing purposes. There's a cost, though, of course, to run the room. So if you take out a subscription using this promo code and my homepage link, look at guys, Burlington, BUR on the move here. And it just helps the room. Okay. It really helps the room. So again, in the future, it could be later on today, next month, next week, next year, take out a subscription, just use my promo code. And if you save my homepage link, of course, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And also that great education section. It's not Burlington. Okay, sorry. Burford. Oh, is this a SPAC some sort? No, it isn't. Okay, so wow, look at BUR. This is an all-time high now. BUR, all-time high. Sorry, I should not have said Burlington. Surprised this has not been halted. Now again, the halt. Wow, look at this thing go, guys. There's got to be some news on this. I don't see it. Did your guy tell you what the news was on Burr? I'm surprised this has not been halted. I mean, it's a computer. It's math. That's why it will get halted. And evidently, the math is not kicked in. Math meaning up too much in a short period of time. Volatility halt. That's what it's called. You'll see some of them halted because of volatility, but this has not been halted. So meanwhile, CBay. Now CBay has been a little bit choppy. The last time I looked at it, it had pulled back underneath 17. Ooh, Zooms. ZUMZ has just showed up on my attended daily break down. The next low looking left looks like around 1444 on the, let me make sure. Actually, 1616 on the weekly chart is the next low looking left. If it takes that out, then it's a lot of room underneath 1427 on the weekly chart. So what I'm going to do, remember I was talking about price alert. So all I do is I just put a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath 16. So I'm going to go to my weekly chart. I can, with my mouse, I just, you see our dotted line is on the screen. If I can eyeball it well enough, I'm going to put it at 1595. So I right click, create price alert. If I like the price, obviously I can make a change right here in that alert price box. I typically don't put any notes in, and then I just save it. That's it. So if it hits it, Wow, look at Bird. Anybody get any news on this one? That is a massive move. This is, and you know what? This is tons of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 4.5 million. So this is an all-time high though for Bird. Again, did I miss it? Did I miss somebody posting news on BUR? All right, guys, I'm out of everything now. Yeah, the PHR was it not bad. I mean, it wasn't unbelievable, but did do not badly on the PHR. It has now popped right back up. So I'm not in anything right now. Support at trade-ideas.com. That goes into our general email, but everybody sees it. So yeah, if you feel so inclined, this is what I'm talking about, guys. I'm still a little frustrated the company hasn't done it yet. They keep saying they're going to, but I'm still a little frustrated they haven't done it yet. Um, and this is what I'm talking about. So we have a great new website. I love the new website. Everything's great except where's my trading room? So you have to know to look all the way down here, and most people don't do that. Obviously, the people in the trading room know to go there, but if you're new, you come onto our website, you're never going to find it. So that's my concern. We need always like to have new people coming in. And of course, it's this market scope, even if they put it here somewhere, okay? Because I think that's what most people are going to click on, market scope. And this gives you is a heat map. I like to do it from the open. Actually been pretty successful. I mean, the idea is now if you have trade ideas, you have access to this, okay? If you click on it, you'll see something. If you have trade ideas already, you'll have a little maybe a pop-up or some information saying click here to get live data. Okay, obviously I have done that before. That's why I'm getting live data. And if you don't have trade ideas, it'll say something like data is 15 minutes delayed. Click here to take out a subscription, something like that. So if you have trade ideas, I think it probably says 15 minutes delayed, but click here to get live data because it knows you have a subscription. I'll actually put that link in. This is the link for Market Scope. Yeah, so if you feel like writing an email to the company and saying, why are you making it so hard to find the trading room? This is somebody in our YouTube room. So support at trade-ideas.com. So this market scope is great. I think if you're a more of a casual trader, all right, and you don't really want to create any scans at all. You're just looking for something that's being fed to you. So we've got the biggest gainers, biggest losers, and on a crawl. I think this has been. I think they've made a change here. Maybe not. So this is a heat map. This is going to show you at a glance the stocks that are most up from the open. You have your choice here. You can go from the close, from the open, or the ones that have moved the most in the last 30 minutes. Obviously, BUR. And look what a great short that was. What a great short that was. Yeah, I mean, you still have to have some trading experience. I mean, this will give you the idea, but you still have to have some trading experience because it's great. You see all this, but what are you going to do with it? So you do have to have some trading experience. But I think this is a great entry, for people who don't want to. I mean, you can take my scans. You don't have to do anything. You can take my scans. You don't have to look. You don't have to know how to create anything. And we have scans. Excuse me. We have scans here. New. Click on new, and then dock channel bar. and these are all theme-based channels. So, we do have scans there also. Because I get it. Most people probably don't want to take the time to learn, number one, how to build their own scans. Actually, there's no number two. Amazing to me. Look at the two I was watching earlier, Docu and CSX, just hanging around around 50 and 30 respectively. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is okay, so this is okay, YPF, of course, yeah, that is sorry, that's an Argentinian stock. So okay, so I understand now. Rules against Argentina in dispute with minority shareholders, or YPF, related to a 2012 share seizure. Are you kidding me? And that's got something to do with BUR. Wow. Only 11 years ago. Just they never well, didn't help though. They ruled against them. Oh, sorry, not Burlington. It helped BUR, Burford. Dak, where are you, Dak? Dak, calling Dak. Man, oh man, this THTX, what a great 3-day run it's been on from a dollar to 250 or so. I'm calling Dak because he was all over this one 2 days ago, but I think he exited it. He told the room, I'm looking to swing this one, but then he didn't like what it was doing towards the end of the day. I think maybe had that little sell off. It got up to 169. I guess he just didn't like the way it was traded at the end of the day. Wow, yesterday move and then today the move. Oh, Lana, I can see that. Yeah, okay, I see that you have made it into the main room. Yeah, so for those of you who are new, we do have two rooms going. There's a YouTube room, which is super simple to find. Okay, you just click on new and then doc channel bar. If you go there and you can see YouTube, okay. So there is a YouTube room. The and there's nothing wrong with being in our YouTube room. There's a slight delay, nothing that I can do about it. It's YouTube puts about an 8-second delay. But you hear me, you see my screen. It's just that there's not as much interaction amongst traders. That's all. Whereas in the main room, there's a lot more activity, amongst traders. A lot of great traders in the room, tossing around ideas all day long. Plus, it's easier if you ever wanted to, give me a link. You can't do it in YouTube. For instance, some people have troubles with a scan and they want me to take a look at it. If you're in YouTube, you can't post a link. Here you can post a link and I can take a look at the scan. So, well, I wish it had moved to Discord. Elephant. Hey, did we determine that there was no difference in Discord regarding the sound? Yeah. Another word about trade ideas in general. So if you're new, Doc, can you hear me? I'm giving you some trying to give you a little bit of belated love. Okay, so now this is halted because of news, and let's take a now because it's a news halt. If it's a volatility halt, we can usually, this is no, again, this is from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen you see, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the symbol up here. There's the halt price, 1621. If this were a volatility halt, in this column here, you would start to see these numbers change a lot. And if you were in this halt at 1621, what you'd want to see is a number above 1621 in this bid ask column. But when it's a news halt, this typically does not change at all. So how long it's going to be halted? Don't know. Rules against. Okay. Awards 8% prejudgment interest. Why that's not showing up, the 8%. This is what I'm saying. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is my news source, Interactive Brokers. Judge awards 8% prejudgment interest. Oh, I know, but I was trying to tell people that you made a great, your idea was great. I know you didn't follow through, but your idea was great on the THDX, because I recall distinctly saying you were looking to swing this one, but I know at the end of the day, I guess you didn't like the way it sold off a little bit. Too bad. You didn't do anything wrong now. Come on. Don't be a defeatist, Dak. I don't know about that, Stuart. I mean, I don't, well, I see 1619, 1625 right here. I'm pretty secure in saying that Interactive Broker seems to be the most bang on. I know some of you have got Thinkorswim, and you have sort of the same sort of thing when a stock is halted. But I have found that, and some of your, I think, or swim could be really crazy compared to what I see in Interactive Brokers. So, oh, just a word about yeah, verb. Sorry, guys, got all muddled there. Verb on the move again. VERB. I sort of bypassed it in the pre-market. Didn't think it would really do much, but obviously I was wrong. The next high looking left is 260, 268. There's the high of 2 days ago. And if you're looking for news, you're not going to find any. This is just a trading, sort of a casino play. I think there, I'm not sure, maybe there was some news 3 days ago, can't remember. But if you're looking for specific news today, I don't think you'll find any. Okay, I keep getting sidetracked. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. All right, we are a scanner. There is a distinction between a scanner and a screener. We, of course, have screening capabilities, but there are a lot of screeners out there that claim to be scanners. But we are a real-time alert machine. Let me explain what I mean. If I look at this, this is an alert window. I call it momentum, Momo, and let's take a look. What is it looking for? If I right-click on it and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell me what this scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is the momentum aspect of this scanner. Stocks where the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, at least, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay, so this is what gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one we had, well, Verb, 11:06 plus 19 seconds. It made a new high at 254. Since then, it has pulled back. If Verb makes like, it goes up to 255, we'll see it again. Assuming the momentum is still there. Okay, but you can just see, look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the momentum building. Okay, the volume is building. When I say momentum, the volume is building. So again, I am sharing this, but if you looked at this, and you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I like the concept, but I don't like some of these filters. For instance, you may not like the price I've got. Maybe you don't want between 1 and 100. Well, you can change it. I'll change it to 10 and 100. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. And you can say, okay. So you can take my scans either completely as is, or you can modify them if you want. And once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can take a look at maybe some other filters, or maybe you don't want a new high of the day. Maybe you want a new 5 minute high. Okay, we have a lot of different alerts and filters, which leads me to the next section. If I right click configure and click on search, because obviously if you want to create all your scans from scratch, you can. These are all of the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with the new high and the new low of the day, the two most popular ones. But you scroll down, you can see all the ones that we've got. And when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we've got. And again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We get a lot of emails from people saying, man, I just took your program, but it's too hard. How can I possibly learn them all? You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You can scroll through them. You might see something that is of interest to you, but if you see something that you don't even understand, don't worry about it. Okay, just don't worry about it. Okay. And because we are a scanner, you can use us. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. We are not broker dependent. Now we do have a special feature that if you happen to have an interactive brokers account, and I kind of hesitate to say E-Trade because I know there's things going on with E-Trade, but I'm going to say it. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Well, look at PL making another new low, all-time low. You can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, but again, if you don't have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. This feature is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on a web-based version, it is not available. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, so is as a simulator. Okay? So to load this window that we call Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus right at the top. And then this window will show up. You may have different columns. This is all customizable. It probably will say not connected. And underneath Brokerage Plus in the toolbar, there's one for live. That's if you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. And then simulation, paper trading. You click on sim. Now, this should change to simulator. It depends on the version of trade ideas you're using. If it doesn't, it might say account. If it does say account, just click on it and then select simulated trading default. Okay. Now you're in their simulator. Now you can practice trading. Very simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick the quantity you want, either from this drop down or a specific number. You can click the buy button and then you send it. I'll go over that a little bit later. And again, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you really should practice trading first. Okay. For that, you need our standard service because this uses our real-time data. This is all real-time data using in our simulator. But you need to have a subscription to our standard service. And then again, it uses our real-time data. So if you do want to practice trading, but you don't have a broker yet, you're not settled on who your broker is going to be, doesn't matter. You can use our simulator to practice. And you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll let you know. But typically that's not the case. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. That's why we're here. When I say we, between 12 and 1, as I've said before, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. But yeah, I'm seeing Docu. Docu is just a little bit above that 50 level again. And as you guys are seeing, tickling the VWAP. 5034 is the VWAP. Peter in our YouTube room said, "What is the best way to look at the pre-market?" I mean, I'm obviously biased, Peter, to a certain extent, but I mean, what I do, oops, give me a moment. We do have a pre-market channel, okay? I mean, you can always go to the pre-market channel, but I mean, if you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock to channel bar, pre-market should be somewhere, pre-market right there. So you could use this, okay? I mean, this is going to show your up gappers and your down gappers, okay, in the pre-market. So you could use this. And these are top lists, all right? I probably, well, way back when I took a subscription to Trade Ideas, these channels were not available. So I created my own look, but you can certainly go here to take a look at the pre-market. But what I do, if you go to my homepage, if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down till you see this scan section, this is what I use. This is a top list, but I've sort of taken I've sort of customized it to what I like to see, but it's got a lot of different columns that you can click on, or sort on. So the obvious thing, let me just bring it up. Wait, guys, this PSTV is starting to sync. This is the company that BIOC is linked with, but this is starting to move way down now on that news. Look at Smith and Wesson. Sorry, Peter, I'll get right to you, but look at Smith and Wesson. I mean, I'm not saying it's going negative, but boy, what a what a short from 1317 down to 1156 that I did not take. Let me bring up my. This is what I use now. Sort of disregard this, okay? I mean, this gap up and gap down. This gives me audible alerts, but I don't really pay as much attention as I do to the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, my top list. Now this is still running. It is still running, but when I open trade ideas at whatever time before, obviously before the market opens at 9:30, and so the obvious thing to do. Look, this is really interesting. The market is up today, but look at all the stocks that are down, and there's only one that is up that is meeting my filter requirements that is up over 10%. And that's the CBank. Look at all the ones that are down like 48%, 25%. Grom did a financing. I mean, you would think that there'd be some that are up 10%. And I've just got this color coded so I can see immediately the ones that are up 10%. This looks kind of weird to me because the market, I mean, everything is up. Anyway, so the obvious thing to do, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, these two right there, here they are, pre-market actives up and down. This is from my scan section. So this is what you'd see, these two top lists. So the obvious thing to do at the very, very beginning is to sort on the change from the close. Okay, this column right there. Okay, that's what it was. I didn't have it on the change from the close. I knew there was something crazy. I hadn't sorted it. Must have been sorting on something else. Anyway, so there that makes more sense. There's the BIOC. So you sort on the change from the close. Okay, that's the obvious thing to do. And I know I do it both ways. I want to see the ones that are down the most from yesterday's close. I want to see the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. That's the obvious thing to do to start because that's going to tell you what stocks are really super active in the pre-market. And for a lot of you, that may be all you want to do. But what I do, I start to dive in a little more, a little more afterwards. Once I have an idea about what stocks are, because sometimes what happens is my eyes are drawn to these ones, of course, the ones that are up 10%, but there could be something down here at only 6.5%. And my eyes are not necessarily, I'm not going to keep scrolling down, down, down. But what happens is I can then maybe click on the float. Okay, double left click on the float section, the float shares. That'll tell me the stocks, the low float ones, because I'll sort on the ones that are the lowest floats. Maybe there's something down that I didn't really see because it wasn't up 10%. And I see something, wow, okay, look at this one. This is up, it's only 4 million in the float. It's up 5%. Maybe I should look at that one. The other thing I like to do is sort on the volume today percent column. So what this does for me, people ask, "Oh, well, how come your relative volume scan alert doesn't work or scan filter? Sorry, why doesn't it work in the pre-market?" Well, it doesn't. That's all I can tell you is that it doesn't. So, but the next best thing is maybe to sort on this volume today percent column. So, what is it telling me in the pre-market? Let's just say I saw 50%. Okay, remember, I'm looking at the pre-market before the market opens. If I saw something that said 50% or even 25%, what that means is that the stock has already traded in the pre-market 25% of what it normally does all day long. That's pretty significant in terms of volume. Okay, because the pre-market. I mean, the pre-market is expanding, of course. There's a lot more hours than there ever used to be, but still, it can be pretty significant. So I will sort on that column also. But typically, I mean, the draw, of course, is to see what stocks are up the most from yesterday's close, and then that's why when I create my list, my pre-market list that I post in the room, these are kind of the stocks that I'll probably be trying to follow. Doesn't mean just because a stock is done extremely well in the pre-market doesn't mean there's going to be any follow through. But at least we know about it. Okay. So, Peter, hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if it's the best way, but that's what I do. And I'm talking to Peter in our YouTube room. Please. All right, guys, I'm back. Not a lame question. And again, guys, no such thing as dumb questions. Okay, unless you ask the same question over and over 100 times, perhaps. But no. Um, if you have the halt resumes, you can tell. Okay, because in the description section, it's going to say halt because of news or halt because of volatility. I would say that 99% of the halts that we see are because of volatility. Obviously, you do get some news halts, but I would say that 99% of them are probably volatility halts. Okay. So, well, here's a quick way if you want and you're right. I mean, you can go to the halts to that website, but you can look right there. All right, guys. Well, the docu is right at the VWAP, isn't it? So what will happen? 5033, so it's right at the VWAP area. 5033 is the VWAP. Yeah, so what William is saying, I mean, I do have yeah, you don't have to do the same thing, but I do have a volume filter. I think it's got to be at least 20,000 shares. I guess I don't care if something is trading 1,000 shares that gets halted. I don't, I guess I just don't care. But so you don't have to if you want to eliminate that. So you get every single halt. I don't know how many more you'll get, but oof, I was actually got distracted here. I was actually watching the SMAR as a potential short because 45.62. Look at what it did. It got through the VWAP 45.62. Okay, guys, just following an internal discussion. Well, we have the V. Okay, you're yeah, we have the, but it's in the ballpark. I mean, I think Real would say as he says about the SMA 200-day moving average. We look at the area. So I mean, yeah, we have the wow it's through it anyway. It doesn't really matter whether it's 50-26 or 50-34 through the VWAP now is docu. Very strange reaction to earnings. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Big pop up to 55. Held kind of holding in the pre-market. I discount this topping tail. I don't believe that, but kind of held. But boy, once the market open, just absolutely started to move down in a big way. Because there's a big difference. 55 in the high pre after hours yesterday. 49 low today. Well, having seen that with the docu CSX, I just want to take a look at CSX to see where its VWAP is. 38. Okay, same thing. Kind of the same thing. There's the VWAP for CSX 3008. It's at 3006 right now. Let's see if it pops through. It had some news this morning. New COO, BMO maintaining coverage with an outperform with a $37 price target. All right. So there's BMO, Bank of Montreal. Oh, I'm just going to stick an alert a little bit above the VWAP, maybe above 3017, and see if that gets it going. See, put a price alert. Now I can forget about it. Well, Peter, did that help? Did that answer your question in our YouTube room? You've got you piqued my curiosity regarding MSOS. Hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and CGC, again, I'm still stunned that that's under 30, under a dollar, and was way down to 30 cents. Stunned. PODC. Okay, PODC, as somebody's just saying, just opened. So this is okay, guys, 450 a share. Shoot, should have known about this. I saw you guys talking about it. How many shares? Anybody know how many shares were issued? And what was the IPO price? I know I could look it up, but if somebody has that information. Oh, okay, so it was priced at 450, so it's a little bit of how many shares? It's like yesterday's SWIN, 2 million shares at 4. Take an alert of the high of the day. Should be a fun one. Could be a fun one. You know what? I'm going to go to my IPO calendar. Haven't looked at it for a while. Find it. Oh no. Oh, here we go. So there are actually a few shares. 10 million. Okay, so it's different structure completely from the SWIN. So PODC. So 10 million shares. Didn't seem to be priced. At least. Okay, so it did not seem to be priced. So next week, guys, next week, look at this one, 1.3 million, 750 to 8. So the idea is if this opens, say at 10, you know then that it's above the IPO price. But this one didn't even have a price. I know where it opened. Yeah, it opened at 450, but that's not, or wherever it opened, 430. We don't see the price here. Anyway, 10 million though. So, it's going to take a bunch to move this one. Okay. Is that like is that the same that how Spotify did it? I think that was one of the first ones, or am I wrong? NASA. Remember when Spotify went public? And it was a very different way of going public, and I think they were the first to do that. Certainly the first of a known company. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. Well, for me, I don't think there are any shorts available for PODC. Oh, actually, there are 64,000. Yeah, so this is a sort of a different style of IPO. Watch it. I'm not looking to short this one, but so yeah. I don't know the financial like I don't exactly understand how this went public. You rate of 5%. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not super low, but I think William would say that that's actually low for a speculative one. Are you talking about the single stock? So Krogan, what day do the new trade of the week videos? come out. Now, when you say the videos, I mean, the trade of the week, you're talking about like this week was Fisker, FSR. Last week was Carvana, CVNA. Is that what you're talking about, Grogan? Talking to Krogan in our YouTube room? Because you should get an email. Yeah, well, you should get an email. I don't know about videos, to be honest, on it. You should get an email. The email basically tells you everything you need. If you're not getting the email, then there's something wrong if you've signed up for it. Are you talking about this? You're talking about this? The trade of the week delivered to your, if you're talking about this, you should be getting this again about an hour, at least an hour before the market opens on Monday. But it's an email, and it basically, the email is good enough. I didn't even know there was a video. The email though tells you, here's a suggested entry. Okay, BUR just open, guys. BUR just open. Now, if you're not getting that email, as I say many times, please check your spam folder. Okay, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I honestly don't even know about a video on the trade of the week. I just sort of, well, are you having a problem at all, Del? If you're not having a problem, if you've got E-Trade, um, I'm not saying there's a problem with E-Trade as a company. I'm talking about maybe the linking that we've got with Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. It seems to be, there seem to be some issues. Excuse me. It's not E-Trade as a company. So BUR just ripped higher for a bit, coming out of that news. Well, guys, I'm going to continue to keep my eye on the CSX. I don't really have to watch it. I have my price alert set right here, 3015. See if it gets over the VWAP and starts to run a bit. All right, guys, and Andy said that he will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. So it'll be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room while I take my break between 12 and 1. Okay, so Trevor asked in our YouTube room, I built a good mean reversion strategy with a custom symbol list. It is for short. If I want to go long, if I want it to do long or go long, it would just flip it. If you don't, okay, so this is a momentum up. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to right click configure just to explain in general what the flip does. I click on the summary. Now, whatever can be flipped will flip. And what do I mean by what do I mean by flip? Obviously, I can flip a new high to a new low. I can flip this. The stock price was up at least 2% from the previous close. and that can flip to at least down 2% from the previous close. So if I want to create a momentum scan for things going down, then I would duplicate the window. So this is what you would do, Trevor. You would duplicate your window first because you still want to have your other one. Okay, so duplicate the window first. Now, if you and then you right click, configure, and then if I flip it, you see what's happened. Now it's a new low and down 2% from the these are the only things that can be flipped. You cannot flip a volume or the current volume or prices. You can't flip those. So if you can do that, sure. If you want to just flip it, as long as it makes sense to you. And flipping is just it's a time saver. Obviously I could create this right from scratch, but if I wanted most of these filters and I wanted just to flip them, then I just flip it. And now I could call this Momo down. Okay. And that's what you'd see. Yeah, well, it would flip the position and ranges. Well, it would flip anything that can be flipped. So if you got the position in the Bollinger Band, say, 105% the top, it'll flip it to like 5% above, it'll flip it to 5% below. Anything that can be flipped will flip. I think it'll make a lot of sense. I mean, if I said I want to see stocks that were up in position in yesterday's range, wanted to be above the high of yesterday. If I flip that, then I'm going to see stocks below the low of yesterday, as an example. Well, I'm not in the PHR anymore, but that yeah, you can run them. Yeah, you can run them at the same time. Obviously, yeah. Here's so this is just the like two competing strategies, if you will. Momentum up versus momentum down, using all the same filters, meaning I want to see the same price range, I want to see the same minimum volume, I want to see, all the same filters that you can, but just flip instead of new highs of the day, new lows of the day, and it has to be down at least 2% instead of up 2%. Just a time saver. So let's take a look at LVO as an example. Let's take a look at LVO. So I would probably use, if the market were just every day, day after day after day after day, really cratering, I would probably be concentrating more on a momentum down scan. But I don't mind again and I should mention this. I got to hurry. It's 11:45. Still have about 15 minutes. The abnormal option activity. So people ask me every now and then, what do you use to short? Well, I like to follow this, the abnormal option activity scan. What it's looking for is, as it's named, I don't trade options, but it's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. So if I look at SMAR as an example, you can see it is traded option volume today, 9,100 contracts so far. That represents 1,100% of normal. In other words, 11 times normal. Okay, 11 times normal. Normal meaning what did it do on average over the last 10 days? So it's just another way of finding stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. I don't trade the options. And so if it's light blue, these are suggestions, ideas to go long. And if it's brown, a suggestion to go short. And so even though SMAR is up for the day, SMAR is up for the day, you know, it is starting to fade. So this can actually be used, if you're looking for maybe shorting tops or things like that, or stocks that are finally like a trend reversal. So a stock that's up for the day, but starting to sink, this SMAR. And the other thing I used to find potential shorts is my 10-day daily breakdown. So I don't have a lot. I don't have like a specific. Well, I guess this is a specific scan to find shorts, potential shorts, and here I don't get too many of each. This is all I've got right now. Okay, this is the don't repeat version of the abnormal option activity. These are the only stocks that have come through today. Very manageable number. Only four on the breakdown and five on the breakouts. And that's the reason why there are not too many here is because I have a very tough filter requirement. Must be 8 times relative volume. You know, not many stocks are going to do that. But it's the way I like to set it up because I don't want to see a lot. Yeah, me too, Dak. I'm not seeing too much, but what's happening with FLS? 2-year high. It's a 2-year high now for FLS. It's not an earnings play. Let's see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news. No. Well, it could. Okay, to answer your question, sure. If something showed up on the momentum scan on the way up, and then all of a sudden, if it you won't see it here, but you would see it on the other one. Now, you could combine it. I don't like to do that anymore. I mean, I like to have them separate, but you could combine it. So you could have two, the new high and the new low, and then this window specific filter. You could change from the close two and then put -2 here. So you could have it in one if you wanted. I sort of like to see it separate. That's all. That makes sense. Guys, I'm just going to keep watching the CSX. Okay. I refuse to believe, I haven't said this for a while, PJ, I refuse to believe that it's going to sit around $30 for the rest of the day. HP, let's take a look at what Real talking about. HP, possible short, 15-minute sell. So there's got the little red bar there. Coming into, yeah, it was, well, not quite. I mean, 45. It would be great if it got even closer to 45, but I did say CSX. Yes, I did say CSX. Probably. Large cap, probably. Yeah, 2 billion. It had some news this morning. New COO, so it popped up to 3061. And then there's the VWAP, 3008. So we'll just have to see if it can take out the VWAP. I mean, I don't, it's not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but might give a little bit of a trade later. Yeah, talk about yeah, no kidding, great move. I know I talked about this one earlier. I recognize the pattern. I don't remember what price it was though. All right, guys. Well, this one might be interesting. I mean, it's an expensive stock, but GWRE, it's an earnings play. It's just kind of basing right here. The next high, what did it get up to? Got up to 95.82, and that high right there is 95.58. So it kind of stalled right there. So I mean, this could, I mean, unless it really starts to pop, I mean, this could be maybe a fade from here because it looks like it's getting close to these levels. I don't see it advancing that much more for GWRE, and it is an earnings play. I may be completely wrong, but this is 95.58 is a high there, 96.18 and 97.32. So 96.18, so around 96, it might stall. Well, this stock is just getting slapped here. This PSTV. This had to deal with BIOC. This stock is just getting slapped. BIOC shares double while PSTV shares sink on the licensing agreement. All right, some. Let's take a look at some. This just showed up. Actually, it showed up at 10:56. So hasn't really moved much. Okay. Now this is why I like to see this. I like to have it organized like this. This is the don't repeat version. So there was the first alert for some, 10:56 Eastern time, 31.88. Hasn't moved that much from there through the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look left to see where it could go. I mean, 31.36 is the next low looking left. May not be enough room for me. So again, you always hear me say this. I'll look left. I want to see where the next low is, say on the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, and I turn to my weekly chart because I always feel that next low could stall it if I'm looking to short it. And so unless I see, if that next low had been down here at 27, I'm all over this. Okay. No, I'm not on mute. I'm just not talking. Sorry. Jeez. I'm just reading some internal stuff. Remember, this is not the radio. I do not talk all the time. But um 11:55 though. So Andy is going to show up really soon. So I will be on mute real soon. On mute. I'm sorry, on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. So Andy is not in our YouTube room yet. I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. Always a good idea. We all have different trading styles. 5 days of the week, five different traders take over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. We all have different trading styles. I'm the most, well, I would say Jamie is super active also. He is a super scalper. He's into these, buying 10,000 shares of something and trying to get 2 or 3 cents out of it. That is definitely not my style. The rest of them are more swing traders. Andy, Michael, and Steve. And Chris. Chris, I will call kind of, he'd rather be a swing trader because he doesn't have enough time to really concentrate on day trading, but he's sort of a combo. Hey guys, so I will put myself on mute now, getting set for Andy to show up. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'll still be, you'll still hear me in the YouTube room. Pop in here, guys. This is a great reversal trade. Okay, look at DBI taking out the low of yesterday. The big day yesterday. This was an earnings play, but sold off. I mean, it closed high. It closed above the close of the day before, but it kind of it's sold off. And now look at it today, and look left, and all this room down here, 1032. No retail. I mean, retail has not been strong. Of course, let's just take one last look at XRT and see what XRT is doing. And XRT, look, I mean, retail is not strong. Okay, back on mute. And now I'll wait for Andy. I hear you. I hear you, Andy.
Hold on, let me get my audio going here.
Okay.
All right. How you doing, Barry?
I'm okay. And I'll ask you the same. How are you doing, Andrew?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's about
Okay.
yeah, about all I can say is okay.
Just okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess for you guys trying to swing trade, it's got to be pretty tough.
Yeah, I've managed it pretty well lately just by thinning out, you just got this market just put a hedge out.
Yeah. You're sort of cutting in and out, Andy.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't know if it's just on my end but you're
uh,
definitely cutting in and out.
and Spectrum has some latency issues here.
Maybe I'm going to ask the question to the YouTube group to make sure that it might be on my end. Okay. But let me ask the question. Okay. Trevor says, yeah. So you are cutting in and out. So not just me. And now I don't hear him at all.
Okay, now you
Thanks,
probably
guys.
can. Now you probably can, right?
Yes, I can. What
Well,
did you do?
y
Flip the
I didn't
magic
do
switch?
anything. No, no, I've been having, Spectrum has been having some issues, and I got a tech on the line the other day, and they optimized my network, but it's still having issues.
Okay,
I'm thinking there's so much growth in this area, I think they're just, having a hard time supplying all the bandwidth to everybody, but,
gotcha.
uh,
You're not on fiber, I take it.
no, but I may have to look into it because this has been going on for about a month now, and, I'm starting to get really, I mean, it just comes and goes, so guys, if you lose me, don't worry, I'll be back. It's just the network right now. It's crazy. But
Yeah, I'm on fiber, and yeah, I mean, we did not experience the same sort of growth you're talking about. I had cable before, and it was okay, but fiber is, I mean, it's so much better.
oh, really?
So,
Really? I
oh
thought,
yeah.
okay. I'll have to
Well, because it's a dedicated line, a dedicated
right,
line
right.
into your, so you're
Exactly.
not,
Exactly.
there's no sharing. So
But it's just as
yeah.
powerful as far as the
Oh,
bandwidth goes?
absolutely. Oh,
Okay.
they would probably say it's more
I was
powerful.
I was always told, that you can't it's hard to beat cable, but, I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah. Well, I would think, I mean, correct. Look, I'm no tech, but I mean, the only reason fiber is not available everywhere is because, it's that last, as they call it, the last mile. To get into your home, it's a little tougher with fiber than coming in on your cable, like because you've already got cable TV and all that stuff. But to create a fiber line directly into your home, but we were lucky, then they fibered us. So,
Well, yeah, they're definitely have fiber in this area too, so
well, I'll
I'll
look
have to look
into it for
into it.
sure.
I will, because 'cause I'm not gonna put up with this.
Yeah. Okay, my friend.
All right,
I'll
Barry. Have a nice break, man.
okay. Talk to you in about an hour.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye. Yeah, perfect circle. Steve, the reason he couldn't make it yesterday, he has Spectrum and he was having issues where he is. So I don't know if they're just a system-wide thing right now, but there you go. Solar flares, aliens, Illuminati. All right. I'll keep an eye. It's a great thing about having trade ideas. You can see the latency up there, and I can see when I start having issues. But once again, guys, if I do drop, it'll come back. It hasn't dropped yet for anything over a minute or two. So don't worry about it. With definitely have to look into that. All right. Well, Spy is getting a little weak. I see. And me, like I said, I have been keeping it really light. Uh, Bought a little bit of Faz today, just as of course, the KRE. Seeing some, these banks are really been kind of dragging lately. There's Citigroup, so uh, it's going to kind of hedge with a little bit of Faz. What I have left here. I do perfect circle. I will trade SPXS every now and then. I jump around between like Faz, uh, S Quid or SQQQ, SPXS. I'll jump around with those between those three. But I mean, I don't ever just get short. That's for sure. Not now, anyway. Maybe there'll come a time pretty soon. Usually it's a hedge, and then sometimes I get stopped out of my position. Then I end up with that one, hedge for sure. But uh, market for just price using the no, It's just all it dropped that over the last several um, all right, guys, am I back again? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, am I back now? Okay, good. Yeah, hopefully it won't keep doing that during the whole hour. But anyway, what I was about to say, if what I like what I'd like to do is like when you have a nice run like we had back over here, right in the spies, made some really nice profits. And what I love is I'm looking at my, P&L and over these last, and it's pretty much maintaining. So in other words, I haven't given back much at all, of what I've gained. Very little. I'm not a matter of fact, I could make it back to, real all-time highs easily. So it's just what the toughest part is when you start buying these pullbacks and these setups and they're not working anymore and they keep selling off. That's when you just got to keep things a lot tighter. And what I do is I scalp stuff out very, very quick. If I see some profits, boom, I take it uh, really quick. And then I may only hang on to a quarter of my position. But that's the key. And there's still some stuff hanging, doing pretty, hanging on pretty well. But I've given a little bit back in my Lee. Lee, I've been in this thing forever, and I'm about to probably stop out of this if it breaks down and goes to lows here because it's been holding this level. And uh, I've closed some credible P&L, profits over the last several months, but I do have hanging on to some of that just because it's been good to me and it's holding so far. It's holding this support level, which is a huge support level. Oh, you guys don't see my screen? Uh, okay. Let me do that again. Sorry about that. Thank you, Steve. Okay. My current positions, Dish has been treating me well today. I'm in, been in this Dish for like 4 days. This was a good little decent volume on this day right here, followed by this day, and trying to get a move. Hope I can get it up here to the 650 level. I bought this BXMT yesterday, I believe. Yeah, on that break. Actually, this was a berry watch list up that I bought. So that DocuSign, a little weird, strange one this morning. I actually bought this on the drive down this morning, and it basically flat right now on it. But I was hoping it was going to be one of those drive downs, try to get everybody up and bounce pretty hard. Did pretty impressive bounce right there, but probably just going to sit here in this area. And that's about it. Faz, a little hedge. Uh, Lee, I talked about that. Could get stopped out of that. And this is my little spec play that and just not doing anything. But if it breaks, if it breaks this low back over here, I will be out. All right. Yesterday on VRNT chart, I noticed a swing exit indicator. Who puts that in? Oh, let's see. You're talking about VRNT. Yeah, you're talking about so the smart list rep. You probably have this one set in there. So if I check this right here, you're probably going to see swing exit. Basically, it's just an algorithm that kind of formulates if you were to take a swing position in this. Probably where this kind of uses a formula using the past support levels, uh, average true range, and things like that. I'm not sure what all goes into the algorithm, but it just kind of creates a profit target and a swing exit. But you got to be careful with that because it's very subjective. Sometimes, uh, you'll get in it and Uh, for some people, this may be too tight. In other words, oh, this must be a. Oh, this is a AI call. I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Okay, let me find another one here. Let's take a look at this. Just pick one over there. Yeah. So you can see there, it just gives you a profit target, a smart stop. That's a little bit different. Should be the swing exit. See, it's way down here. So this is what I'm talking about. It's not going to fit everybody's parameter. Okay. So you just kind of got to use, for me, this would be way too low. I would get out of this one on a swing stop, probably if it broke down below, 350. So, this kind of just uses for those who may want to keep a small chunk and give themselves a big stop, very liberal stop limit. For me, it's not too tight. It's not tight enough. And you can look at and they'll talk about it in our user guide. Speaking of this grab, I put it on my watch list today. I mean, this is a incredible big float, 1.74 billion. But what I like about it, I mean, it's going to be a slow mover, but boy, if it gets above this $4 level, it could have some it could have some really ump behind it. So it's one of those ones they just had earnings and on this day right here. So look at that move after earnings, and like I said, it's a big, huge company, huge cash position, huge, lots of revenue, but incredibly big float. So it's going to be a turtle. But if it does ever get above that 390 level, I think it's one you could maybe park some money and do pretty good in. Yesterday, the kind sir said to ask you about Trade Zero and trade ideas. How long is subscription to trade ideas for? Is for premium or standard? It is for standard, Chang. Okay, you'll have to. I could not find. I'm going to send him an email today because I could not find what the deal is if you want premium. Uh, I think you're going to have to pay the difference, but the deal is just for standard, and it has to do with account size. Okay, so let's just pull it up and take a look. Okay, this is the landing page you'll go to, and this is what you get. Okay, if you open an account and have a $5,000 balance, okay, you'll get 3 months of Trade Idea subscription. If you have a $10,000 balance or more, and maintain it, you get 6 months. If you have a 20,000, you get a full year of Trade Ideas for free. This is the standard version, and I could not find in there, what they would do. So if you want premium, so I'm going to have to, or you can contact them if you want and find out, if you're going to probably have to pay the difference. I'm thinking maybe $110 is the difference between the two prices because they are providing uh, you for standard. Now, I did notice they did say something in here. The most they would pay toward it is, I think, $59. I'm not going to go through this and look at it, but I'll drop this link in there for you if you want to take a look. But as far as premium, and I don't know if they're going to continue. In other words, after these times, after the let's say you have 20,000, you get a year of trade items for free. They're probably gonna, this is kind of the introductory offer, and they'll probably see how it's going, and probably have to do with maybe how many trades you do a month and things like that. I have no idea if they're going to continue it after that. Okay, they're just setting it up like this at first, and I'm sure what they'll do is reevaluate, after a certain amount of time to see if they're going to continue to, to um, pay for this. But I'm just on the surface, it looks like this is what you're getting. So, uh, how is the website performance on TradeZero? Does it balance? Let's see, how long is the subscription? No, no, I think it's just your balance would include both cash and positions, equity positions. So basically, it's not it's your capital in the account, okay, and not just you got to maintain that in cash. No, not at all. Your balance would include both cash and your positions, I would assume. You're welcome, Trader 77. And the market's kind of digging in. Now, I could possibly add to this DocuSign if it just continues to go. If it maybe gets above this level right here again, I may add dish. Dish run away with a spoon. Let's see what's going on over here. Dish is coming through my races too. I'd like to see that. Oh, did I see CarMax on there? Oh, I mean, that's CarMax. I thought that was CarMax. That's right. Let's see. Airbnb. Well, I know they, man, yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I mean, you're really, yeah, I'm not seeing any reason to short that. I mean, obviously, look at the relative strength we've seen the last 5 days compared to the market. That's some serious relative strength there. Uh, that's a tough one. I mean, yeah, I'm just not seeing any level. I mean, I guess one could argue in this gap there's a little congestion right there, but I don't like just going short. All right, guys. I think I'm back. Can you guys hear me again and see my screen? Okay. Yeah, I think we're probably just gonna have to do that. It's weird. It just drops, but it only does it for about 30 seconds and comes back. So it's like they're in there. They got a little shuffling machine that shuffles the bandwidth around to other users. Yeah, I was talking about this DocuSign. I may, if it gets above this level and back, that would be probably back above the 50. Let me, okay. All right. So yeah, if it gets back above that 50 here, I may have to add to this. Well, that's a good one. That was one on my list today. I mean, that I one on my video that I called out. That CARR. Seeing a lot of like machine manufacturing, heating and air conditioning, things like that. The sector's holding up well. It's Caterpillar. You look at that thing. That's just well, that's actually a beautiful chart there. Possible draw the cup there and possible handle. It's ACHR looking better too. Gets above this level. GSK. Nice move. Forward coming through. Trying to bottom there. Decent dividend yield. The ATR, I'm not big on that, Randall. A lot of like day traders will use the average true range filter, to find stocks that move in a decent range and not just something that just waffles back and forth in a 10 or 15 cent range. So you could use that instead of minimum, maybe a $1 or whatever you want to put in there, to find stocks that have decent moves throughout the day. That's the way it's used in most cases, trying to find stocks, that have a little more volatility, put just setting your average true range at a minimum that you would like to see a stock trading in. But even when I was a day trader, I wouldn't use it because what'll happen is the stock may have a low average true range, but then what happens when news comes in, the thing just takes off and starts ripping. If you have that filter in there, you're probably not gonna catch it. But if you're used to trading, some big cap stocks, the movers, like Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and things like that, I could see where you might want to use an average true range filter, to find stocks that do move uh, in a decent range throughout the day to give you some volatility. Tesla is kind of rolling over now. I'm not coming through very well. Okay, it's looking like you guys picking me up okay? Doesn't look like I'm having issues right now, but not getting any sort of uh, warning on StreamYard. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now, Stuart. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jason. All right, DocuSign. I think I may have to add to this. Make sure it's not a head fake with the market kind of putting in a topping tail there. Randall, I don't do a lot of day trading. If I when I did, and if I were to return, I really like this Master Blaster. It's a uh, it's a multi-strategy window, and it's going to show you things that are moving. Like when this IGIC just took off just a minute ago, you would have seen it coming through here. Kind of put it on your radar. Uh, so this is what I would use, and I will drop it in there. Uh, and there's some other ones, you can probably find, in our swing channel as well. Uh, you can just go to dock channel bar is the best thing to do. Is just go to new and go to dock channel bar, right? And then that way you can pull up uh, a lot of stuff that we have. Let's see, we can even show more. This momentum is a uh, good window, and it looks like they have all these set up on this. So you can do a low float. Geez, not again. You got Stream Master Blaster in there, so you can find it in there. And so if you go to that window, there's going to be a lot of windows in here that you could use. There's a momentum one. That's a really good one. And let's say you don't want to keep this docked window up at all times. Takes up a lot of real estate. You can just find a window that you like. Once again, you're going to the momentum channel. You can find a window that you like, and you can pop it out in a free floating window, and there you can have it. And there you go. And then you could, not sure. I'll also share mine that has some more columns in it as well. But if you want to go to that channel and pop out any one of those, you can do that. But let me just share you my favorite, the Master Blaster from my cloud here. And I see the spies are getting, let's see, share, copy all. That's a good one. You're not going to miss anything that's coming through the market. Now, the only thing about this, I have stocks that they need to be hitting like a 5 or 10 day high. So if you want to catch everything that may not be doing that, go back to that one. Here, I'll just share that one with you too. It's called Momo. Momo. Let's just do the basic one here. It's going to catch everything. And getting back to that DocuSign, and the reason, I mean, it looked good, but the reason I didn't add, and this is why I say you always got to have one eye on the market. I noticed a spy down here that just put in a topping tail again. That's like three topping tails now in the spy. So I held back from adding to my position there, just based upon the current market conditions. I did not feel good about the way the spies were having a hard time pushing higher there. Now, with that being said, I'll go ahead and just move my price target. I mean, that price alert up a little bit in case it goes off. And boy, you cannot stop the dollar, man. It just looked like it was going to maybe sell off this morning and back to highs, just went positive. Oh, Lee, you trying to hang in there. I was in this FSR for a few days and I sold it right around here, but sure feels like it wants to go touch that 200 day. And I'm back. I got to make sure the StreamYard is good. Looks like it's good. RIVN. Yeah, I've been eyeballing that a lot. But boy, it just cannot. Every time it tries to get above this 2350 level, it just can't do it. It just keeps putting in a wick and going lower there. Got to keep an eye on Tesla too. It's rolling over, but they seem like they want to follow each other around. AMC short. Well, I'll tell you what, that's been I hate to say it, but it's been an easy one to short the last few weeks. That's for sure. If you can get shares. Not now, personally, me, I would rather, I'd rather caught it up here, closer. Yeah, I don't like chasing several green bars, I mean, red bars, but that doesn't mean it just can't continue. Uh, just brutal, man. Well, you look at all these news gap down. Probably news on this day, I'm sure. News gap down. Right here, news just got whacked. I mean, they keep coming out with this BS news overnight, with all the ape stuff. No one understands that ape stuff and what's going on. And then they come out and say, "Oh, we reserve the right to sell 40 million shares and when we want to." It's like, I mean, you got to have a lot of guts to hold that. Uh, when news overnight news just keeps coming out like that. Yeah, Ribbon. It is holding, it broke below its 50 now, but yeah, I'm not sure if this is the cup you're talking about. I'm sure, yeah, probably is. This is the cup and maybe a handle. Uh, but then one could argue like you have this resistance over here that it cannot get through. This was support, broke through it. Now it's resistance. So if it does get through that level, I think you could have a quick move to 25.50 probably. If it takes out that 3-day high. That's why I have an alert in there in case put it in there this morning when it couldn't go. I said, well, if it ever gets back through that, there's a good chance it's gonna pop. Let's see how my other China uh, ones are holding up. They're just kind of sitting on its 20 there. If that Neo can hold its 10 for a few days, that could be a potential. When this thing gets moving, it can really move good. Let's see this and go back to highs. Now, that is one I may add. Not sure about that dividend. It's a big dividend yield. All right, let's take a look, see if we can what's coming across this Tupperware. I've been noticing Tupperware sitting on this 50-day moving average. A little bit of volume coming in. I don't know if it has another move in them. A lot of times when you do get a move like this, it's in the back of everybody's mind. They enjoyed a very nice run in that Tupperware. And like I said, it's been holding this 50 period moving average now for 4 days. So maybe one to keep an eye on. I mean, it's got a lot of congestion in here, but if you do see volume, short float has come down considerably, but still quite a bit, around 25%. But you really want to see some decent volume. Otherwise, it's probably just going to remain in the sloppy range. I'm sorry. Did somebody ask me to look for PAGs? Dish, yeah, Dish, yeah, Michael. I think you were also in Dish. I am definitely in it, and it's look. There's that BXMT. Who I think Barry had it on his. I heard Barry's little alarm go off. Do I add? I think I do. Yeah, blowing down on me. Good Lord. I don't know if I should add or not. Friday afternoon. Looks like it wants to go another 30 cents. I'll throw one up here in case it goes. And PAGs. Let me take a look at PAGs. But yeah, I've been in that dish for like 4 days and still in. I did take some off today, but still got. I'll be honest with you, I got a third in my position, but just because I've been taking profits quick in this market, ringing the bell. PAGs, yeah, we that one still under pressure, below its moving averages. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything really there, Michael, to catch my eye for a long position. I would really like to see this thing back above, at least to back above these 10 and 20. So I mean, one could argue like, well, you're playing Dish and it's in a massive downtrend, and you're correct. But you know, what I like about it is it did flatten out for a while and got at least a back above, this 10 period moving average. And that's when I bought it. Now it still, has a lot of work to get through. I mean, this definitely that's one reason I've been selling on the way up. But could be interesting. Not only that, you have a nice level of support. Look at this area of support in Dish. So for my last chunk there, it's an easy out if it breaks this low, which kind of expect it to, because I could see what I could see is a flush, run all the stops that were back in over here, a flush below that, and it could start a bottoming process. Sorry, guys. Hopefully, I'm back and you can hear me. Barry, are you coming
I
to?
was just gonna say, why don't I rescue you from this? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. That's about 3 drops. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
just heard that little ping. So
yeah, it's bad. But
okay. Fiber
yeah,
man.
I'm
Go to
as a matter of
fiber.
fact, yes, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna. The problem is you can't even get them on the line, so you got to go into one of these chats. It's kind of like trade ideas, so
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, so I got to go into one of these chats and let them have it, man. So
You know what, Andy? I don't know if this will work for your provider as it has for mine, but when I go into the chat and it might say, usually gives you the option, would you like a phone? Would you like us to phone you? Okay. As
yeah.
opposed to waiting for, they told me do the phone option. I would say that 99% of the time I get a phone call within a minute.
Okay, the
Truly
spectrum.
amazing. Instead of hanging in the chat forever. So
Right.
just choose. I don't know if it'll work for you,
Yeah, I
but
haven't. I've looked everywhere for that option, and I do get when I do get the phone number to call them, they don't even let you like get in line or anything. They just tell you how busy they are and just hang up. It's very yeah.
well, I'm not talking about phoning them. I'm talking about getting into the chat.
Right.
Okay. And then you
I'm
usually get an agent and they might say, it's going to take, your 40th in line and all that. But
yep.
but in mine anyway, it says, would you like us to call you?
Okay.
And
I haven't
you
seen
say
that, but
yes.
I'll definitely look for it. Yes.
Sure, look for that. It
Yeah, I
works for
will for
my
sure.
provider. And I don't see why it won't work for yours.
Okay.
And if it
I'll
doesn't,
do
you
that.
just move up to Canada. We have an extra room in our house in
There you
Vancouver,
go.
and you
There
can
you go.
stay with
Hey, that sounds like a winner to me, man.
Okay, Andy. Have a great weekend.
Right. All right, Barry. See you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Everybody have a good weekend.
Okay, guys, I've taken over. Over again. Now, you might hear a little bit of noise in the background. My wife is home and she's on the phone, so you might hear a little bit of. I don't know why my noise canceling is not eliminating that, but so that's what you might hear. Hey guys, well, I just mentioned that. So you might hear some noise in the background. My wife is on the phone, and I don't know why the noise canceling. I'm talking now to the main room. So guys, I took the CSX long around 30:15, and I stopped myself out for a nickel loss. I was really thinking, when I looked at this, look at the volume that came in. I mean, it's all about volume too. It's not just about hitting a price alert. I thought, okay, now we're gold. Took out that VWAP, got in at 30:15, but the minute it started to drop, I said, you know what, I don't want it anymore. So I took a nickel loss on this. And now, but I thought that volume, I mean, that volume was the third biggest volume bar of the day in the 15-minute chart. I really thought that was what was going to give us another, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 cents. But nope. This one, this KRT guys, this was an earnings play. KRT was an earnings play. Still not a lot of volume. The volume wasn't great in the pre-market, and it's only 357,000 shares now. What's the spread like? Spread is not terrible. 2026, 2035. 45 relative volume. So this does not trade very much. Is major support for BGS at 11. Right, Michael, in our YouTube room. Well, I don't know about major support, but there are a couple of lows on the weekly chart that are there. I mean, whether that holds it or not, I don't know. But there are a couple of lows right around 11 on the weekly chart. This is back in looks like January. So December and January, January of this year, December of last year. No guarantee it's going to hold it, but no, I went long. I went long CSX at 30.15. My premise was always taking out the VWAP, taking out that VWAP at 30.08. But what really convinced me was the volume. I mean, the volume was huge. I mean, it came in. That's the big. I say it's third biggest volume bar of the day, and I thought that would be enough to just keep it moving for a bit. Anyway, I was hoping maybe to get into as close to 30.50, but just it didn't work. But a nickel loss. I know it's gonna. It's okay. Oh, AMC. I know Dak was short AMC. I mean, I did not get back into this one. Boy, I wish I had. Remember now, guys, this is like 73 cents now. This is 73 cents. Don't let that 730 fool you. Remember, they did a 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is like 73 cents before. So before they did a reverse split, if you'd seen this stock at 73 cents, what would you have thought? And I know all over the internet, this and that. I don't think, I just don't think these people realize it's I don't want to say a fail. I mean, sure. I mean, Shady pointed out yesterday. Well, he's been to the movies 4 times this last month or 2 months, whatever. Very anecdotal. I mean, obviously, people are just not going as much as they used to. It's that simple. Not bad, Luca. I wouldn't say 100%, but thanks for asking. Not 100%, but certainly, but not bad. I think the worst is over. Meanwhile, Mara, boy, Mara. Now this could be an interesting area for Mara. I mean, Mara, it's a financing issue. Okay, so and look at the weekly chart for Mara. And you can just kind of see right there, there could be some support, in that 10.50, 56 level. Yeah, just as I was taking my break, I saw this Mayo, yeah, pop right at 12 o'clock, and then it pulled back, and now it's moving higher again. 14.5 million in the float. Just see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. Now, does this have some room? Yeah, you know what, guys? I mean, this one has some room. I'd keep an eye on this Mayo. I mean, you don't want to chase it now, but because when you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is 145. Yeah, on the weekly chart, the next high is 145 for Mayo, MYO. It's not crazy low float, 14.5 million in the float. Looks like it just stalled here though. 108, 110, 113 on the bid ask. It did get up to 116. Let's stick an alert around 115 and see if it gets back up there. And it's all about looking left. I mean, this has got some room, 140 or so. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. It's not the Mayo Clinic, no. I don't want, no, can't be. No, no. You know, the way this is trading, it's almost like it's halted, but it's not. But it's, I'm talking about the Mayo, MYO. So the PODC, this is the, I still have an alert at the high of the day. I don't know, with 10 million issued or out there, I don't think it's going to happen today. I mean, it may never happen, but I don't think it's going to happen today. Not with 10 million shares out there. All right, guys. So a wee bounce for Mara, just a little bit of a bounce for Mara. I mean, this might hold it. This 1050 area might hold it, but right now I'm really not seeing anything that I want to trade. I just don't see a lot of action. I mean, we get the alerts and then they just stall. So I'm not seeing a lot of follow through. Only thing I should have done is held onto my PHR short down to 21, but I didn't. TMDX, okay, TMDX. Here's one that well, no, it didn't just show up. 24.75. Okay, actually, hasn't moved that much. Let me take a look at VSH, guys. VSH, come on, load. So 23.90. What 70 odd cents, 70 cents to that low. Um, Big gap down for VSH. I don't see any. So they're another one that did a financing. I usually shy away from the financing ones just because you never know. Well, first of all, I'm not sure. Let's see what the price is. Expected to close on the 12th. I usually shy away from the ones that are done a financing. If it didn't announce the other day, okay. Maybe that was the reason why the drop because I couldn't see any other reason. I remember now. I do remember seeing that one, and all I could see was a dividend declaration. All right, guys. I think didn't ABM have an upgrade today? Maybe not the way it's trading, but ABM probably not an upgrade. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, ABM was a downgrade actually today. ABM, but trying to recover. I guess it was an earnings play on the 7th, which is yesterday. So it was an earnings play yesterday that caused a big drop. All right, guys, I'm not saying anything. I really am not saying anything. So, William, you take over. Well, have a great weekend, everybody. I mean, Mara might, I don't know. I mean, Mara is so extended now. I keep thinking maybe it'll bounce at 1050, at 1060. But even if it doesn't bounce there, I mean, it's got room. I mean, the next lows on the weekly are in the 9 level. Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Todd. I was just kidding. Burr? Well, let's see, Burr. Now, there were shares available, yeah, for me to short. Yeah, but how do you trade? Well, I don't see an entry. For me, I mean, the only way maybe if it got above that high of the previous 15-minute candle, 1655, maybe. But right now, I mean, it's anybody's guess where it's going, in my opinion. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not going. I was just kind of kidding. That fell flat, obviously. You know what you guys can do is ask me questions, keep my interest up a little bit. I mean, the Mayo could be the one, okay? It could be the one if it's resting now. I don't see any news on it though, so I don't know why it had that pop. But it could be the one to give us something a little bit later because it does have the room to 140. So from 115 to 140 would be a great percentage move. How do you say that, Calvin? Because it's amazing percentage wise. How many Canadian comics are make it big down in the States? Then we change the share amount from $1 on the AI strategy trade. So if you go to tools, you're talking about this tools, and then options, and then AI trade size right here. I think the default is $100 risk. I think on the charts, it's $100, but you can do anything you want. So right now, I've got a $5,000 per trade. Oh yes, yeah. So in other words, so here, so you go to AI trade size. Oh, again, tools, options, AI trade size, and here's where you can pick whatever you want. Okay, well, I guess I'll do a video. Question is on what? Hey, Bird, let's go. Well, let's go. Which way? Which way do you want? Up or down? Well, there's a pretty big level right there, the 1654, the previous 15-minute candle. If it can take that out, then 1692. It's Friday trading have get that question a lot, is Friday really I mean, in theory, in the afternoon, Friday afternoon, in theory, but you know what? I really haven't seen it that way necessarily. We've had Friday afternoons that have been, explosive. So I don't sort of paint Friday afternoon as nothing going on all the time. Because remember, what we're looking at a lot are the stocks that kind of fly under the radar. Okay, so stocks flying under the radar, sure. I mean, if a stock is like a Meta and all the big, large cap stocks that are more or less, following the market or a part of the market, and the volume of the market's down, yeah, they might not move very much. But these ones that we see a lot, they're flying under the radar. David, new here. Is there any way to have alerts I made sent to my phone or email? Let me, I don't know what our status is. I know that's a big push for the company, but you know what, David? Let me just put that question into the, there's somebody, one of the other traders is going to know. Let me just, okay. Okay, I can give you in our this is a link to SMS and email. Okay. Now, what I will say is this, as I understand it, if you're looking for something that's going to, for instance, give you an email alert over and over and over and over again rapidly, that's not going to work. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what to do, guys. My wife normally is not home, so I'm not sure what I can do. I don't know why the noise canceling is not working. I mean, everything else, I'm clapping. You guys don't hear it, but she's picking up her voice. Okay, well, maybe what I'll do is I'll keep talking and talking and talking. So the answer is it will only set a few alerts an hour. Okay, David. Okay, David. It'll only send a few alerts an hour. So if you're looking for something to replace, getting an like a real time alerts that is pretty rapid, you would not want to use it. Okay. Okay. But if you're looking for the auto alert, it will work. Okay. It will. Just one moment. Okay. Hey guys, I'm back. Any any thoughts on this price level for AXLA? AXLA. Let's take a look at AXLA. Haven't seen that one today. I think I've seen people talk about it, but I don't know. Yeah, so one of the reasons I don't know about it, Baba, is I don't look at stocks under a dollar. But I mean, look, obviously it's up 48%, huge volume, 83 million. I don't know if there's some news on it. Don't know. I mean, if there's some news on it, I don't know. Had a nice 3 days. I just don't look at stocks under a dollar. I mean, the next high looking left looks like it's around a dollar. 92 cents is the next high, and then a dollar. So, but I really, you're kind of on your own, and these ones under a dollar. I don't have a feel for it. Guys, so WHLR, and then not shortable for me, I bet. Yeah, not shortable. Saw this one yesterday. This was, I believe, no, was not an earnings play. Not an earnings play yesterday. Can't remember what happened. Okay, so when is share volume, say 1 minute, 5 minutes, it's really, it's more in relation to what happened before. Okay. That's why in my momentum scanner, it's not so much the absolute volume. I mean, you need volume, don't get me wrong, but that's why I'll have like a minimum. Okay, it's going to be trading at least 100,000 shares, and most of the things we see here are going to be way over 100,000 shares. Okay, but I put this as at a minimum because I don't want to put a million or 2 million because we may miss stocks that are just ramping up. And by the time they get to a million and two, they've already had a decent move. So I put 100,000 here, but to me, it's not so much the absolute volume, it's what did it do in relation to previous, volumes, okay? So, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. I'm not sure how many look backs it is, okay, but I just know that it's 1,000% of let's say it's 40 lookbacks over 41 minute candles. I don't know what it is. I don't really care. I've been using this filter for a long time. I know that when I get an alert, usually the volume is spiked, but it's not so much the absolute volume that is necessary. It's more to me in relation to what happened before. Okay, and that's easily you can easily see that on a, and that's why I mean, to be honest, I mean that's why I took the CSX. Not that the CSX showed up here in the momentum scan, but the minute I saw this, look at that volume right there. It didn't work this time, but many times when you see like a gigantic, I mean, look at the previous 2 hours, and all of a sudden volume came in. So it wasn't even if, but so it wasn't that it had to be 4 million or 2 million or 1 million. It's just sort of in relation to what was happening before, if that makes sense. Okay, it just didn't work. I mean, it looked like for me, it had all the signs of potential success through the VWAP, big volume thrust, moved up, just didn't work. Yeah, thank you, Paradox. Yeah, there's no time period to pay back on the shorts. I mean, if the trade is working, but you may get a margin call if it's not. If you've never shorted, first of all, um, I personally, it's not a recommendation or anything like that, but personally, I really rarely, I think I did it once, maybe twice, swung trade a short. Now, I'm not a big swing trader in the first place, so okay. Oh, right. You regained NAS compliance. Thank you. Thank you, William. Now I remember. Well, Mara, my goodness, Mara now is breaking down through that 1050. I mean, this is what a I mean, this has been a great trend. I mean, I'm not saying I missed it. I did see it in the pre-market, but I just didn't think it would have this sort of move down. I mean, it's almost, but from 1030 down, it's almost been straight down, except for a little bit of a pause at 1245. And I'm talking about a little bit of a pause. The next low looking left now on the weekly chart is 1023, I believe. Hmm. Ion Q, guys, making another new high here. Ion Q, but it's been choppy. I mean, had the big pop at the beginning of the day, moved back down. The trend has been up, but again, when I look at topping tails and bottoming tails, I'm just wondering, okay, if I took this trade, where am I going to put my stop? Would have to be far enough away. And if it's far enough away, then we're gonna, that means I'm taking fewer shares. My stop is wider. Where could it go before it hits the next high? So I usually shy away from these. Intraday shorting is not a big issue. Okay, let's get that straight though. I mean, sure, uh, anything could happen, I suppose, but intraday shorting I don't think is a big issue in terms of it could go to infinity. Not if you're sitting at your computer and watching. Well, Ion Q. I mean, now the next high is 20. I mean, it has room. I think where people get burned, in shorting and holding is when they're convinced that something has to fall. Okay, they're absolutely convinced. They're reading too much, in my opinion, into the fact that a stock has made a crazy move on no news and it shouldn't do this, et cetera, et cetera. And you're entirely right, it shouldn't do this. But boy, and so they keep shorting, depending on how much money they've got, they keep shorting every time it keeps making a new high, and you can get destroyed that way because it doesn't matter what we think. I mean, the VFS, there's no reason for that to have done what it did. None, zero, other than, the craziness of the market. But, to have a market cap up here of a company that is, yeah, it's an EV player out of Vietnam that I'm still not sure if it's produced one vehicle yet, to have a combined market cap greater than Ford and GM. There's no, you cannot rationalize that. So if you said, I'm shorting it here, I'm shorting it here, I'm shorting it here, yeah, eventually you can get right. But how many times do you have to be wrong and maybe you get wiped out? Right. AMC, well, what do they expect? If they're going to come out and say we can sell 40 million shares anytime we want, any price we want. You guys, some of you are old enough to remember what the death spiral was. I'm not talking about skating, figure skating. You guys, we haven't heard that term in a long, 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 long time. But the death spiral financing, this reminds me of it. To see it so many times, especially with the OTC stocks. Convertible debt financing, I think that's what it was called. Okay, goods. Bon chance, mon ami. Good luck, my friend. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing anything. The only thing I'm really looking at is the well, I'm not looking at it. I just have a price alert. Except for the Mayo, it could have some momentum, later on in the day, because I'm not the only trader looking at this weekly chart saying, has a shot to get to the 140s. And it's not a crazy low float, 14.5 million, certainly not high, but it's not like the ones that are, under 1 million. If it were under 1 million, it'd probably be at 140 now. Hmm. Well, let's take a look at our website and just see if there's anything a little bit interesting. Oops, not that one. Okay, let me see this. A moment. Here we go. Get the market scope up. Who knows? Maybe I'll unearth a little gem here and I haven't seen. Gatto, little male cat going. This is silver play, isn't it? Well, look at yeah, I mean VLRS. I mean, it's been sort of interesting. Let me get a 15-minute chart coming into. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of interesting. Let's see what it does if it get up to 10. Is it shortable? That's what I'm actually looking for to see whether or not it's shortable or not. It is shortable. Yeah, lots of shares available, 1.5 million. There is 10 right there. That is 3 days ago. That's the high 3 days ago. I mean, look at the volume. The volume is spiking here, the LRS. The volume is spiking. Price, I'm not seeing it here. You know, the reason being is that the relative volume right now is 3.22. The minimum has to be 3. So it's possible that I'll see it now because until it hits 3, yeah, 3. But look at the volume that came in. But my inclination is that this is going to just kind of run out of steam. Certainly, the closer it gets to 10. This is a okay. This is a Mexican in the aviation sector, I guess, or no? Yeah. So this is a Mexican airline. Don't see this very often. You see a lot of the Brazilian and Argentinian, well, especially Brazilian airlines and the ones out of Argentina, but don't see this one that often. Hey guys, INQ now over 19. Okay, this is new. I think this is new. MDV. MDV. When I say new, I don't think I've seen this one today. MDV. Ugh, that's why I haven't seen it. It's just sneaking in now, guys. 101,000. Remember my minimum is 100,000. Not too interested. And why? Look at the spread. 1483, 1515. So, but that's why you click on the alert, and you get all this information very quickly, and then you have a go no go, basically a go no go. Yeah, the spread is the difference between. So if I look here, this is you can't see the symbol, but this is VSH. Okay, there's the last price, 24.84. So that's the spread. So that's the bid and that's the ask. If you wanted to buy this stock right now, you'd have to go in at the ask to get it immediately. So you'd pay 24.84. The difference between the bid and the ask is, basically nothing. It's only 2 cents. But when you look at this one, If you wanted to buy this stock right now, you'd have to pay 15, 14. I mean, sometimes you can try to stick a bid in between, but you may not get it, still not get a fill. So you'd have to buy this at 15, 14. If you wanted to sell it immediately, you'd be selling it for an immediate loss. Typically, I think most brokerage platforms, if you bought this at 15, 15, your P&L would look like, because they'd say, okay, the only way you could sell this right now instantly would be at 14.83. So it would show a loss. Okay, it would show a loss in your P&L. I think that's the way most brokerage platforms work. So that's why we're always talking. I mean, the spread is important. Now, if the stock and it also makes a difference in the price of the stock. I mean, if you were looking at Apple and Apple had a 20-cent spread, it's not a big deal. But a stock like this, I mean, you can see the spread is trending. Well, not 1506, 1538. Now, if this stock tacked on $2 or $3, of course that spread wouldn't matter, if that makes sense. But we don't know it's going to do that. Okay. So again, you'd have to buy this right now at 1545. That would show you'd be most P&Ls would show that you're in a big losing position. Well, big. As if because they'd be looking at, okay, if you had to sell this, it'd be 1506. So a difference of, um 43 cents right now. If you bought 100 shares, you'd be down $43 in theory. That make sense? We want the bid. I mean, ideally, we want the bid ask to be, close. This is too much. This is just way too much. Now, with interactive brokers, there's a way in which I can say, okay, can you find me a midpoint? If I thought this stock was like, if I looked left on this, okay, and there was a ton of room, the next high looking left was $30 or something. I might look at that, go, you know what? I'll do a midpoint. Maybe even I go in at the ask because it's got so much room and there seems to be, some enthusiasm about it because something like that could easily, go up two, three, four, five, $10. So the bid ask wouldn't be as important. The difference would not be as important. But typically I will shy away from that though. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, that's why I always have. It's the first one of the first things I do when I click on an alert. First thing I do, of course, is check the charts. What's happening? The next thing I do is I check this box in interactive brokers. How fast is it trading? Like, is it trading? This is time and sales. So you like to, if you want to get into something, you want to make sure it's trading. You don't want to see one trade a minute. Okay. Typically, we won't see that because these are pretty active stocks. Because it has to be a pretty active stock in order for me to see it based on the filters that I've got. Okay, so you look at Ion. You see, look at this one, Ion Q. Great spread, a penny. You can't get better. 1917, 1918. I would say though, for something that is moving fairly quickly, I would say that, up to 10-cent spread is not terrible. But the um, the lower that spread is, or what the difference is, the better. Then sometimes what you'll see, so here it is. I mean, there's that MDV again, 1505, 1520. So it's tightened up a bit. All of a sudden you might see 19, 1520. You go, oh, okay. It's tightened up. Maybe it'll be tight now until you get in at 1520. And then you look the next second and they've dropped a bid on you again. It could be like 1495 or something. And you go, uh-oh. So consequently, I'd say if a person is new to trading, I would just really shy away from anything that has a spread like that. All right, guys. The tweet from Roblox. More than 65 million people are on Roblox every day enjoying the immersive experiences. Now, great statistic. I wonder how long they're spending. No, I'm not trying to, put a damper on this, but I wonder how long these people are spending. Yeah, remember the metaverse, guys. I wonder if Facebook could go back and rename themselves. Roblox? Oh, wait a minute. Roblox. Roblox? Well, then you are obviously a bad parent if you're allowing your kid to spend hours on it. By the way, anybody new? I don't mean half. Well, I say don't mean half the things I say. Obviously, poking fun at Grumpy and Jest. I would never say that for real. I might think that. I think it. No, I mean, oh man. Okay, guys. Maybe ELUT. I don't know. I mean, maybe ELUT. I'll watch this one next week. They changed symbols. They were something else yesterday. Can't remember what they were. Starts with an A. I think it was AZYO or something like that. And they changed symbols. So it's not an IPO. It looks like an IPO. Talks like an IPO. Walks no. But it is not an IPO. Okay. No, there's my wife is here. So unfortunately, my noise canceling for some reason is not picking up. It's not canceling her out. I don't know why. Yeah, but again, the way I look at that stat though is how long are they on there? 65 million people. Is that like a quick look see for 5 seconds? Oh, okay. Or 65 million people spending an hour a day. I mean, we won't know, of course. Now, when Vicky says, Mara, it's time, baby. So remember, Vicky is only looking for a couple of pennies, in my opinion. Now, where it could go if it does if it wants to bounce here, I mean it could get to 1070. And for Vicky, that might be enough if she's taking it right now at 1056. Oh my gosh, Harmony. Remember how long ago was that? Yeah. That's a blast from the past, Neil. HMNY. It's not gonna bring it up, but No, it still has it. Helios and Matheson. Remember these guys? Pink, zero, nothing. Man, so long ago, I can't really remember what they were all about and why. Was it what weren't they something to do with selling like monthly passes to the theaters? So you could buy a monthly pass and that allow you to get into as many shows as you wanted. Yeah, all you can see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Movie passes. That's a long time ago. Yeah, so yeah, remember this stock got up to $10,000. Yeah, that was an amazing day. No, it didn't. This is split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. I remember, yeah, they did like one for 100, one for 250. I mean, they did so many reverse splits. This is back in 2017, guys. Ah, the old days. Okay, so I'm listening to the same guy, probably William. So he's saying that some newsletter has come out, a confidential newsletter has come out to buy this up to 250. Boy, let's start a newsletter, guys. Buy this up. I mean, this is what a newsletter is saying. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. Look at FFIE. Remember This was all-time low, and then I watched this, and I was thinking to myself, I gotta figure out a way how I can catch these things. I mean, there is a way. I mean, I've got a bottoming and topping tail scanner. Maybe or maybe I'll bring that up. But look at it now. What a V, boom. Look at this. Oh, upside down V. Call it a U. Wow. All-time low though. Ah, well, Neil, what you should do, I don't know if they still do they still print stock certificates? Can you still request a stock certificate from a broker these days? I don't know if you can. Okay, so Neil, this is what I would do. This is Neil in our YouTube room saying he's got 2,000 shares of Harmony way back when. You should get your broker, and it's TC 2000. I don't know I can't remember who they use, but you should contact them and say, hey, I want a stock certificate of that. And then you just put it up on your wall. Has AMC found a bottom? You mean forever? Or in the last 5 minutes? I mean, it may have found a little bottom at 7. What are you talking about for an intraday trade? Or are you talking about thinking about swinging it, Marty? I'd be never swinging this right now. I mean, it hasn't showed any sign that the selling is over. Well, Marty, I mean, there's nothing in my opinion that's showing that this is bounce worthy yet. But don't let me dissuade you. It is very possible that maybe 7 is going to be a bottom for a while. This is an all-time. Remember, though, it's an all-time low. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, I mean, yeah, Marty. I mean, I obviously don't know if AMC is at a bottom here. I mean, there's no question. I mean, if these people who love this stock, no matter what, decide to get a hold of it for a day or two, sure, this could have an interesting run. But I think the morale has to be pretty low for all those people that have been, the so-called holding on for dear life, diamond hands, and all the nonsensical things they say. Oh, yeah, guys, specific stocks, right? General market talk over here, even if you think it's a little banter, put it here. Shorts available. A lot of shorts available. 11.9 million shorts available for I don't care what you say. Roblox. You kind of see where it got into. Also, high right there is 29.35. What did it get to? 29.22, 29.19. So that little high looking left seems to have stalled it for a bit anyway. Ugh. Okay, this is having a bit of a reversal, guys. Legal zoom, LZ, bit of a reversal, but the 200-day moving average is right above it. Too bad. Again, if you're new to trading, this is probably one of the most followed indicator out there. Excuse me. Yeah, one of the most followed indicators out there, the 200-day moving average, and you'll see a lot of stocks. If it's below the 200-day, maybe get into it and get stalled. It acts as resistance, and if it's coming down from above, coming into it can act as support. Of course, nothing is 100%. Okay, guys, all I'm going to say is don't trade out of boredom. Don't trade because you think you have to, or hmm. Mara continues to inch its way down. MARA continues to inch its way down. Hmm. Well, guys, again, I'm just not seeing too much right now. Okay, I thought maybe I had my sound alerts turned off, but nope, just not getting anything. 141. The last alert in the momentum scan was at 141, so that's 15 minutes ago. Getty just did show up at 149, but I just don't like this one. I know it's an NFT play if they're still around. All right. Well, DOCN, what's the high yesterday? DOCN, the high yesterday was 26.95. I mean, there's a little bit of room, 2760. So there is some room for this to move if it wants to keep moving. DOCN. 2760 is the next high looking left for DOCN. All right, guys. Well, maybe this DOCN. Maybe this DOCN. Again, it's got a little bit of room to 2778. So 70 cents away. I'm waiting on this DOCN. If, you know what? If we get a 27 bid, sorry, 2710 bid, maybe an ask of 20, that looks like it's going to drop. I was looking for maybe a 2710 bid, 2712 ask, something like that. Just move away from that whole number. But I have my doubts now. The bottoming tail, where did it get down to? 26. Yeah. I mean, the trend's up, but just not seeing a lot of, probably not getting a lot of follow through. VWAP, where's that VWAP? 2630. So that's got nothing to do with it. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to forget about this one also. Unless again, maybe if we get this, I'm going to put an alert at 2709 and see if we get up there and get that bid to be at least 2710. Okay, we were looking at this VLRS, guys. This might be, maybe I'll take a little short of this. Let's take a look. VLRS looks like it's going to stall at 10. Series of topping tails right there. Remember what topping tails signify. At one point, the price was up. Well, let me get a big one up so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So you see, and the 15-minute chart, you see a top, what I call a topping tail. Okay. And that means that the price at one point was right at 9.99, but the buyers took it down. Not a lot, but they took it down. The buyers tried again. They got it up to 9.96. Sellers took it down a little bit more. Buyers trying again, 9.95. Sellers are still sort of not allowing it, not allowing it to get through 10. So there's always this little battle, of course, between buyers and sellers all day long. And eventually, I mean, if you were trying to buy this and you kept doing it and the sellers kind of knock you down a bit, eventually you're probably just going to give up for a while anyway and say, okay, you sellers can have it. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but now the issue is that there could be, pretty good support around 970. But, they put a 10-cent stop on it, get in at 990 on the short. 970 is right at the one for two risk reward, risking 10 cents to make 20. Okay, guys, Ion Q keeps moving a little bit higher here. Copying tail alerts. I Let's see if we have anything. I don't use them, but I think that we do have something. Let me just see. I don't think we call it topping tails. What do we call it? But we have bottoming tails and topping tails. Okay, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute. So we do have 2 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, 60 on the bottoming tails, and then and the thing is, oh, it needs. I think it needs at least three candles ahead. It can't just be one on its own. So I think it has to be, for instance, and the 2 minute, three 2 minute candles down, and then the last one is the top is the bottoming tail. So you could get an alert for that. I haven't tried that alert for a long, 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 long time. But you can try it. So all you do is just type in. So go to an alert window so you can see where it is. Right click, configure, type in search, or click on search and then type in tails or tail. Okay. And then you'll see them. Okay. So I guess the answer is yes, we do have topping tail and bottoming tail alerts. So as always, you could take this, you could take it and then, add in your whatever filters you want, price range, minimum volume, things like that, and then see what happens. What time is it? 2:07. Okay. So William said he's going to keep the room open till 3:30. So I'll probably be taking off at 3 unless there are questions. I'll always stick around if there are questions, but otherwise I'll be leaving at 3. I'll be shutting down my screen and you won't hear me anymore, but William will keep the room open. For those of you on YouTube, I should always post the link. Now you can come over into the main room if you want and still converse with other traders. I'm continuing to watch the VLRS guys. If it gets a 987, 988 bid ask, I might take a little short on it. What did this Getty get up to? So you can see that's oh, it is short for me. So you can see there could be the power. I know I talked about the 200-day moving average. That blue line in my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. The potential power of it, look at what it got up to, 533. The 200-day is 537. So that area of the 200-day moving average, that could easily have stalled it. Today, anyway. NUWE. This has been gonna be a wild one. Oh, look at this. Yeah, no kidding. Look at this. Low float, 1.2 million in the float. Okay, this is super late, guys. GD, is this a SPAC? GDHG, GDHG. I think this is maybe not. No, the Golden Heaven Group. Okay. So this looks like this was maybe an IPO back here. Maybe, maybe a SPAC that turned into this. Oh, that's a monthly chart. So let me get back to at least a weekly chart. Ugh, you should run from this. Look at this, how ugly this is on a weekly chart. Look at this, topping tails, bottoming tails. M- maybe this week, maybe, this is the going to be the move, but boy, oh boy. Oh, it's hard to know exactly, Max. I mean, could be some newsletter writer somewhere is put out something to pump this up, and he's got a bunch of. I mean, I don't want to say it like that, but has a bunch of shares, and then once it reaches a certain point, he just dumps them. I mean, that is, believe it or not, that has happened in the past. I mean, it's a China stock. I mean, I'm not dumping on China stocks or anything like that, but I mean, 20 million in flow, which is not crazy, crazy low. People sitting here that had bought, at the 446 mark and saw it go down to three, basically praying to whatever deity they pray to, saying, please, if it ever gets back up here again, I promise I'll sell. I'll never do anything like this again. Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen. Well, okay, guys. Hey, VLRS, it might, maybe I'll have a run now. It's at 10. It's right at 10. All-time low now, guys. PSTV. These are the ones that have a deal with BIOC. Market liked it at the beginning. 413, cut in half now. And all-time low now for PSTV. I think there were shares available earlier for me, but not now. Available to short. Speaking of which, here's the BIOC, which got up to 185, now 122. Still up 45%, but really fading. Oh, this one is just ripping. NUWE, I wonder if there's some news on this one. I mean, the next highs, I mean, there's all sorts of little areas where it could stall. But then again, we could have thought that would have stalled it, that would have stalled it, that would have stalled it. And, but it's pretty extended now. I wonder if William is going to short this thing, NUWE. WLGS. So this is a sub $1 stock, right? Oh, what a day. Did not see this. I'm not sure. Well, Smart Guys is just making another little move down here. I mean, this has been a fade almost from, up to here. I think it almost hit Real's target, but again, I don't like the trade in the first 15, and I think it almost hit Real's target. And then that was it, really. And a little bit of a pop here, but after that, it's just been basically giving it all up. So if you were going to take WLGS, FinFan forever, good luck this weekend. Um, so your stop, I guess you could put it around here, 80 cents. What's the float? We don't have any float, and it's another China stock, or sorry, yeah, well, Hong Kong. So it's a Hong Kong stock. Probably a very low float. Again, we don't have any float information on it. Let's see, 3 million. I have 3 million. Went to another website. I have 3 million for that float. Are you being funny, William, when you're saying that? Are you saying because that interactive brokers are 72,000? Or are you just saying not enough shorts in the world because you hate this stock? Oh, I see. Wow. Okay. Well, there's a lot of shorts available at interactive brokers. Not that that helps you, of course, but I haven't shorted one of these crazy poppers in a long time. I do see the fee rate of 304. I do see that now, 304%. Well, I guess I won't be taking the 71,000. Boy, SMAR just keeps moving down. The next low looking left on the well, it's there. Okay, so on the 15-minute chart, pre-market 845, the low was 43.27. I'm with you, Calvin. I'm not really sure either. Not really sure either. Because I don't every time when I do short and I see there's a little fee rate, most things, but it's so usually minuscule. I don't see any change of what I think I should have made. I can definitely see how it could easily, though, be the charge if you don't close it down intraday. What do I think of VLRS with that? Okay, let's take a look. VLRS. So that was last week. Well, wait a minute. So you're talking, okay, last week. Yeah. So last week is the same, isn't it? 10:30 got up to what? 10:26. I mean, it could stall there. I mean, if you're going to take this long, but this is, wow. I mean, this has been really, it's one of the better trend plays of the day. I mean, it's really a little wee pullback there, a minuscule red candle there, but basically from $9 to 10, it's been straight up for the day. Could stall at last week's high, 10:30. Well, I was too, but it makes sense that it could, should, would, but getting too late for me anyway. 224, probably not going to do too much. Okay, guys. So one last look at my homepage before in about half an hour, excuse me, probably will be shutting myself down unless there are questions. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. It'll be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, if you want a month to month, you'll get 15% off the first month. After that, you'll pay the full month, full monthly rate. Okay, that is, and you can use Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take on an annual subscription, if you have a monthly right now and you want to get an annual, I can get you a promo code for 25%. Getting started, okay, you've got to do it. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Runs you through a lot of the basic stuff. A second here, take a look at NUWE. Yeah, it's a good thing it didn't short. Not yet, anyway. If you're new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher or a different take, Trading 101 is a free course, free series of videos. Okay. Starts off as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Is the first video. I don't think I'm going to do one today. I can't really find anything I'm interested in doing, so I'm probably not going to do one today. First day in a long time. And the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before, sometimes earlier. And that is free. If you sign up for it and you are not getting it, just please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The big education section is here. And then again, here are my scans. These are the ones that I'm sharing. Some of them you see on the shared monitor, some you don't see, but I'm sharing them all. So all I ask, if you eventually, if some point in the future, a minute from now, next week, next month, next year, you decide to take out a subscription, please, all you have to do is, well, either come into the room and, click on my homepage link or save my homepage. And then you'll get to my homepage and then use the promo code that will be whatever I mean, next week it could be a different promo code, of course, but I just use the promo code from my homepage. Helps the room immensely. Okay. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. And obviously, the company uses this for a marketing tool, but there is a cost to keeping this room open. So if the company sees that people are, being in the room, engaged, and eventually take out a subscription, they say, great, we'll keep the room open. Right here, Max. Okay. I'll bury its own page right there. And the other reason for saving my homepage link is, I do change up my scans from time to time, and you can always take a look at them. And the education section. What I've tried to do in the education section is to combine a lot of things that you would see maybe in our homepage, so you don't have to go looking for a lot of the stuff. But the guide is invaluable. I mean, the guide is really, really good, and it's all searchable. A lot of videos, a lot of text and videos. Person who put it together, Stephanie, did an awesome job. Not easy. I mean, I suppose, the guide in theory, it's easy to do. It's just that it's painstaking. I mean, it just takes a lot of time and effort. Let's take a look at JetBlue from Calvin. JetBlue, GBL or JBLU. Yeah, well, just like Real said, doesn't sound like I don't know. What'd you get in it? What price, Calvin? Be honest. 681. Yikes. 681. So you've got it right here. So what is this one of those ones where you don't have a stop, you don't care if it goes to zero, it's not going to affect you? Because where would you put your stop? Because obviously, to me, a stop would have been around 630, like minimum, right around here, maybe. Of course, the problem is you don't see this. This is after the fact, but if you bought it at 681, 681. So 681 was right up here. 682 is the high right there. So you probably bought it right around here, and you're buying it in a downtrend to begin with. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. The JetBlue is not looking good. I did not realize it was this low. I mean, this is an all-time low now. Well, they have earnings on the 24th, so I don't know. Maybe that'll be your glimmer of hope. But I mean, you're in a sector also. I mean, look at the sector itself. I mean, the sector itself is just not doing that well. Jets. So you're in a sector that is basically. I mean, Jets is had that back in May. Had that nice move, almost straight up. until July. But since then, so you're in a sector. JetBlue is basically just doing what the sector is doing. So unless JetBlue is going to have some stupendous news on its own, I'm not trying to pile on you, you know that, but well, again, if you don't mind if it goes to zero, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to go to zero, of course, but if it's that sort of, I mean, we all probably have a stock like that. I haven't for a long time, but you just say, you know what? I'm going to throw. I mean, I'll just use the number. I'm going to throw $1,000 into this, and if I lose 1,000, it's okay. As long as it's, I know, Calvin. I think you're an experienced trader. I mean, as long as this is not something that you look at every single day and go, "Oh man, why did I do this?" and it's really affecting you mentally. I mean, that can happen. It depends on the size, the position size that you've got, and you keep, you open up your system every single day, and all you see is your P&L for a stock. I'm just going to talk in general, and a lot of times, it just affects you so badly. So a lot of times it's best to just take the big loss and get out of it so you don't have to look at it anymore. But I'm not saying that's what you should do. I was talking more in general. We've all had stocks like that, guys. It's, before I understood what a stop was, and I would just hope and pray that something would come back. And you look at something and it just drives you crazy to see something just moving down every single day. Well, even if you look at our stock composite rating. Now that's almost at the low as it can go. We don't go down below 40. I don't know why, but the stock composite rating for JetBlue, is at 42. And that's a combination of fundamentals and technicals. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Okay, I see why Dak went yeep. So there's the AXLA. I know somebody asked me a lot earlier about it. I think it was probably around here. And so now it is over a dollar. And the next high looking left is $1.12. Now, if we can get through $1.12, then $1.33. Fantasy level way up here at 263. I don't know. Is there some news on this one? I don't see any. I'm looking at headlines and IB. I don't see any news on AXLA. Yeah, they're probably none available for me either. Usually the cheap ones are, yeah, none available for me either. Your 117 post. Oh, thank you. Okay. I see now. USPTO granted AXLA a patent. Okay. So 82%, 120 million shares, 26 million in the float. So it is traded the float not quite five times. 130 million would be five times. Only another 10 million to go. Could happen. Could happen. Look at that. I mean, on that candle right there, nine or 10 million. Now this will probably trade the float at least five times today. But I buy actually not with my money, Max. But seriously, I mean, no. I mean, first of all, if I look left, it could 112 could stall it. Okay, so I wouldn't buy it here. But it's so again, I just have a sort of an adverse reaction to buying stocks under a dollar. I know it popped over a dollar. Had there been a lot more room, had I been able to look left on the weekly chart and maybe seeing the next high at a dollar night, a dollar 50 or a dollar 40, yeah, maybe I would have taken a nibble on it, but it would have had to have settled down a bit. Maybe get in around 105, 106, hang there for a bit, and then pop. I'm very conservative, when it comes to trading. Very conservative. Got to have a setup that I like, and I rarely deviate. So I don't, in other words, I wouldn't go look at this and go, you know what? I think that news is pretty good. I'm going to buy it. That's what I don't do. But you know what? It keeps me out of a lot of situations where, yeah, thing just rips. But mentally, I'm prepared for that. I deal with that because I've been in too many other situations where it doesn't rip. And then what you see what can happen is that you're convinced it's going to rip. You buy some, it starts to dip on you. Maybe you even have a stop, but then you start not believing your stop because you're so convinced that it will rip because of the news. And so you start, your loss turns into a lot more than it should, but you still don't sell because you think it's going to come back. News is too good. We've all been in that situation. Great guys, 242. Wow. All right, guys. So here's another real cheap one. Marin, MRIN. It's only 1%, but it came from 53 cents to 61 cents. All right, LTRX guys. LTRX is showing up here for the first time. 243. Yeah, LTRX. Wow, showing up for the first time. But I mean, 528 is the next high. Now, if you told me I could buy as much as I wanted at 510 and it would go right to 528, of course I'd take the trade. The problem is, I think, not unique amongst traders. I look at that and think, well, if I were in this earlier, I'd probably start selling ahead of this area, thinking it may not get there. But if I thought it would absolutely get there, of course I would take the trade, but can't do it. This actually is an earnings play. I don't think I really saw this all day until right now. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you, but let's take a look. You're talking about in the settings, audio, noise cancellation. So I've got it on auto. Okay. I did have it on low power, if that's what you're talking about. They've got auto, and then they've got best noise cancellation. Maybe I'll try that. Best and see if that does it. And then there's low power. Now, has that affected? Okay. Okay, I just changed it to best. Is that because my wife is talking? Is that has that done it? Have a great weekend. You too, Paradox. You still here? Okay, so that doesn't make. How about the sound? Did that make any difference? Me? Okay, well, maybe I'll keep it on the best anyway, and I'll try to figure out. Have to maybe contact them and ask them. Well, why is it picking up audio? Okay, somebody asked a question. Hi, brand new to the forum. Is there a list of stocks recommended to buy already posted? So we don't really do that here, Zenny. So if you come back on Monday, I don't know if you can spend all day or just a portion of the day. What we do is we talk about stocks that, so they're not recommendations. I'm not going to recommend, I'm not going to say, okay, you should buy this or you shouldn't buy this. People ask me my opinion of certain stocks. If I kind of like something, you'll hear me say, well, for instance, earlier today, not that it didn't work, but earlier today we were talking about CVX, okay, and not CVX, CSX, sorry, CSX. And this is just an example, okay? So I was talking about we were talking about CSX. So CSX had some news, new COO. That's what popped it in the pre-market. But once the market opened, I mean, it's still positive for the day. But then, we kept watching it around the $30 level. And, the VWAP was at 30.07. Actually, it was at 30.08, 30.08 at the time. So I said, well, listen, if it makes it over the VWAP, I'm going to be very interested to take this. And also, if you can see my 15-minute chart, you see there was a huge volume spike at that time also. And so I had said, if it makes it over the VWAP, I'm very interested. That's kind of my, wink, wink, whatever. And so I ended up taking this trade, and I took, I lost a nickel on it. It just didn't. I would do it again. I would do this, 99 times out of 100 if I had that same sort of setup. Just didn't work. Okay, but that is typically what you'll hear from me. Say, well, this is a level I'm very interested in, and if you should have some kind of a trading plan, and if it makes sense, because I'm more of a moment. Now, in this case, is not a momentum trade. Momentum trading for me is, more looking at stocks near the highs or the lows of the day if I'm going to short. And then I look left to see, okay, how much, if I took this trade where it's at the high of the day, and I look left on the daily or the weekly, where is the next high? Because I always feel that it could stall there. Okay, but that's my style of trading. That was a little bit different because obviously I wasn't looking for that one to make a new high. But I will pay attention to what the VWAP is. There are others in this room here. Had some great traders in the room, and they'll put out ideas also. Okay, I see that, Pepe. That doesn't help, does it? I mean, I'm on the best right now, which I guess doesn't care about the CPU/RAM, and it just doesn't care. Sorry, you think that may be what is reducing it? What is reducing it? Sorry, I don't understand. The noise canceling capability, you mean? But I'm on best right now. Right now, I'm on best. As it says, I may consume more battery, etc., learn more. But I'm on right now, I've selected best. I can move it over. And auto. I was actually using low power usage before because I was thinking, well, crisping to be really a tax on my system. And what about this one? Here's the auto background voice cancellation auto. No, this. Oh, I see. So I should leave it on auto, is what you're saying, even though it's not canceling out my wife. Easy. Oh, you would use best. Okay, now I understand. I'm using best. What's the checkbox? And guys, sorry about this. So we're sort of having an issue with my noise canceling and other issues with the sound. So if you're new into the room, I do apologize. This is not normal, but I do have some excellent people trying to help me. I know a little bit about technology, but I'm certainly no expert. So it is so appreciated. Anybody, Pepe has been a man. Well, I was going to say resource. You're not a resource. You're just it's so fantastic for me. Thank you, and others too. What's the below auto? What do you mean? You mean the background voice cancellation? You mean all this? Force activation for microphone Yeti Nano? But the bizarre thing is you can't hear me. You cannot hear me clapping, right? Clapping. You can't hear that. If you can't hear the clapping, I mean, the noise canceling is working great, except it's just picking up other voices. Okay, so it's picking up other voices. Yeah, Marty, no, I know. It's my wife talking in the background. I'm gonna have to call them again because when I set up when you again, guys, I'm sorry. I mean it's 2:54. When I set up this is all this I call this the most awesome software program because it would literally eliminate all my background noise. When you start up, what they ask you is just speak into a mic and it'll recognize you and that's it. And I think forever it worked. I don't know what's happened. And I can't seem to find the routine to do that again. To sort of redo it. I don't know, restore optimal settings. Let's do this. Restore optimal. You see, when I restore optimal settings, it goes to auto. Yeah, the background voice cancellation cancels voices of people talking near you. Well, it isn't, is it? So why do we go always off? I'll go always off. If you tell me you can't hear her anymore, then but you're right. I probably have to contact them. They're usually pretty good at getting back to me. I have to check for an update. I haven't seen one for a while. Notifications. Let's see. Usually there's keep crisp up to date automatically. Yeah, so crisp will be updated automatically. So I haven't seen one for a while. I better contact them because you're absolutely right. This is not working. It's working for sounds. I'm clapping right into the mic. You can't hear me typing. It's just picking up it's just picking up voices. Isn't this fun, guys? Listening to me talk about all this, but I'm getting ready to go. So I think I'll shut myself down now. I'm actually eager to contact them. Um, well, it's pretty tough. She speaks with a very Spanish accent, so I don't think I do. Anyway, guys, okay, listen, I'm going to maybe I'll exit now, and hopefully I'll get a hold of them and ask them what's going on. Peruvian. Okay, guys, so I will shut down now. Okay, so guys, thanks for all the help all week. William will keep this room open, he said, until 3:30. What I'm going to do in our YouTube room, if you want to head over and listen to, or not, there's no listening, but if you want to interact with other traders until probably 3:30, Okay. There's the trading room link. So I'll leave that in for a moment if anybody in YouTube wants to head over. And I will I'll mute myself now. Okay. And I'll be shutting down the screen sharing. Okay. And YouTubers, I'll be shutting you down now. I know you can hear me.